The drama continues here in day 2 of Street Fighter League Japan for the playoffs. One thing is for certain, though, you will be seeing some of the best action you could ever expect in the realm of Street Fighter 6, specifically in Japan. Of course, my name is Vicious, here with St. Cola to bring all of the news live as it happens. Now, for some of you, you might have pre-ordered, in fact, the tickets for the playoffs. For those of you that are tuning in at a later date, first and foremost, we welcome you all back to a very, very exciting day to figure out who will make it into the grand finals to face off those in the throne. That is FAV Gaming. Tonight's matchup is going to be Saishun Console Kumamoto going up against DetonatioN FocusMe. Now, before we even talk about the formalities, everything that's been going on, and how the point system is going to be working this time around, St. Cola, in your honest opinion, did you see these two teams facing off against each other in this playoff scenario?
Yes. Actually, yes. I called this. I wanted this. You all wanted this. The gods themselves above wanted this to happen. Nemo versus Ianazan. That will be the teams coming up. We'll break that down a little bit later. What now I'm going to break down is how things are going. In terms of the point system, it's a little bit different than what we've seen in the regulation play, okay? First to 70 is what we're playing towards, so we're going to have multiple sets of matches. That means we're at least one, or I'm serious, actually, maybe 2 sets. So in general, we're going to be getting that amount and maybe more depending on how things go down. Now, we'll have the first to 2, and first to 3, just as usual. We'll see who emerges the victor from that set of matches. And then right after that, we will switch the home and away side. And real quick, if you don't know what that means, away side puts up the characters and players first, home side puts up second, giving home the advantage. Every time we switch to another set of matches, that means we'll switch the home and away side. So, home this time is DetonatioN FocusMe. They are the highest seed. They are in the 2nd place seed compared to Saishun Console Kumamoto, who was a little bit lower. They're on the away side. So when we do get that switch, Saishun Console Kumamoto will be in the home side and will be in a little bit more of an advantageous spot. That being said, just because you're in the away side doesn't mean that you are down and out. We've seen people have strategies, have good formations, and be prepared to be in those hot seats. We also saw it work out yesterday well for Saishun Console Kumamoto when they were on the away side. This, again, is all to run down to the grand finals. As you mentioned, the winner of today will move on to fight FAV Gaming at the finals next month.
Without a doubt, we've explained the rules for you guys in just a little bit of a time rush here and a little bit of a format change when it comes to the grand finals, right? When it comes to that exact stage, it'll be a race to 90 points with a switch off between that home and away set each and every time. But of course, those that are in the hot seat, that is FAV Gaming, of course, they had the #1 rank throughout the entirety of the series for the season. So obviously they get that home field advantage first. What's really significant about it is every time the set is completed, or at least the first 3 matches have concluded, they have the opportunity to make that switch up. And that's where it can all go haywire, right? When we talk about the rosters between these 2 heavy-hitting teams, it is an absolute mix-up as to who's going to make it into the grand final scenario. Saishun Console Kumamoto versus DetonatioN FocusMe is a matchup of dreams. And I truly mean this because the fact that the captains have had such real interesting beef and interactions towards each other. Granted, it's not real beef, but it is going to be serious enough to duke it out for that 8 million yen. Now, with this in mind, both of these teams are guaranteed at least 1 million yen. Now, they can use that however they want. They can buy some clear products for themselves or for their boys here on the English side of the commentary, mostly for St. Cola. However, one thing is for certain, 1 million for third, 2 million for second place, 5 million yen total for those that take it all the way and are crowned Japan's champions for Street Fighter League. Now, of course, we talk about the million yen prize pool going to third, second for 2 million for second, and of course 5 million for first. But the most prestigious prize is being invited to Capcom Cup for Street Fighter League in that World Championship match between Japan, EU, as well as US.
That is going to be super sick to see. And honestly, it's so hard to call who's going to take that victory. We don't have good 8 squad. Those are the ones that took it from not only Street Fighter League Japan, but all the way to the World Championships. They are gone and out. The future has been changed. It'll either be Saishun Console, Kumoto, DetonatioN FocusMe, or FAV Gaming at the finals representing the land of Japan. And again, as you pointed out, that is a huge, huge honor. An absolute amazing honor. And honestly, you also get to play out at the LCQ, which is another benefit. So a lot to think about, a lot to play for. But you mentioned the history between these two teams. You mentioned the fact that Nemo and Itazan have a friendly beef, a friendly rivalry. It's also bragging rights. You do not want to go down to either person. They're going to let this never go.
And finding his bearings as well with Ken. John Takeuchi making the final switch to Rashid and dropping Jamie almost completely. I think that's a very significant one at that. So, guided under the tutelage of both the veterans, Itabashi and Fudo, without a doubt in my mind, this is a brand new mentality coming into the playoff spot. This is a brand new type of team that we could expect with a lot more animosity to them. So it's going to be quite the toss-up in my opinion. However, you have a team that's already warmed up. Since yesterday, Saishun Console Kumamoto already had their homework set ahead of them. They had passed their test initially with flying colors in day number 1. So with all of that in mind, they had so much information to download and dissect to make sure they do not fall susceptible to the same errors that they have committed the previous day. Now, I cannot tell you, as a professional commentator, along with Senkola, that I know what the result.
はい、ということでですね、この後は、試合の方がですね始まるんですが、ストリートファイターリーグを盛り上げていくために無料配信を、ご覧の皆様にお願いがございます。YouTube のシステム上ですね、皆様に押していただく高評価数やチャットメッセージ、こちらの数がですね、この番組拡大に大変に役立つというところでですね、ぜひ積極的に、高評価、そして、チャットなどをですね打ち込んでいただければ幸いでございます。はい、ストリートファイターリーグね、めちゃめちゃ面白いからね、広めていきたいというところですよね。
ぜひ、めちゃくちゃチャット打ってください。
めちゃくちゃ何を打てばいいんじゃいってなりますけど、わーって盛り上がる瞬間とかうおーとかでもね、全然いいと思いますんで、皆さんで一緒に楽しんでいければと思います。お願いします。
お願いします。
そして、ここで視聴者の皆様にお願いがございます。ストリートファイターリーグに、こちら運営に関わりのない第三者による本大会の模様や本大会の対戦リプレイ映像のアップロードはお控えください。よろしくお願いいたします。さあ、それでは
I think it's a really phenomenal thing that a lot of these companies have invested in their time and finances to the players and their efforts towards the fighting game community. With that in mind, we have our teams coming up real soon.
We are almost there. It's almost time to get started. We're starting off with the one that shines. Saishun Console Kumoto. We're beginning with a Daredevil on ice. Super nice with that Ken. It is Kabe. Let's see, I was going to teleport in. This is such a sick effect. Look at that. Ooh-wee. My man said domain expansion. He's so sick. But not to be outdone by the one that is always staying, Gucci, the prodigy. It's Higuchi on the guy with that wild style. This dude has definitely got a handle on how to play this character in Street Fighter 6. Straight and narrow, look at that. Eyes locked in. Right after that, we're going to have the little devil himself, piloting modern, classic, don't matter what it is. Mommy Marisa, always at the helm, two-touch Teresa, don't matter what you call her, as long as you call her. As long as you call a pawn, shoot though, little devil with the notebook. That's almost like a death note, and the ball is too, oh my God. We'll talk about that a little bit later. That's from the previous season. The Brute King that reigns supreme, that is definitely on the tings right now. Nemo, who has proven himself more than just a captain, more than just a man of words. He's a man of action recently and is terrorizing people with that JP.
And he's got that demeanor about him. He's got that look. He's ready for the opposing captain. He's ready to bury this rivalry in the dirt with his team, and such a strong team as well, right? When we talk about what they were like on paper, easily one of the teams that would make it into the playoff spot, but this far, I did not expect it to face up against their opposing team now. Detonation FocusMe. Here come the All-Stars. The main man, the attack on heavy tank. Fudo, the #1 enemy, I feel like, for the playoff spot, who has been absolutely dominant in his run as DJ. I don't know what that is, but we'll take it. We'll definitely take that. I have no idea. I don't know. It's something. It's something. We got the trickster, the baby face, DetonatioN, coming in with his machine as well. Ever impressive. Also very formidable, even outside of Japan. He's lost. He didn't know he was. All right, cool. He's got it. He's figured out the camera. He knows how it works. Not too bad. Third player coming up, the Shippuden right. Nauman with ever impressive Ken. Also, Evo Japan champion. Looking forward to seeing how he's going to be doing further on. A lot of character coming out today from the squad, and this is what I was looking forward to the most. The man, the myth, the meal ticket, Inabashi Zangief, our captain for Detonation FocusMe, hanging on by a thread, making it up into the second place spot. He's holding down on the D-pad to keep that face on. And this is going to be the face-off, really, between these two teams, the two captains, again, with the most animosity towards each other in pretty much every game that they've played against each other. It's going to be a very, very fun time to see the composition of Detonation FocusMe being on the home squad, having that advantage first against Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto.
Isn't that kind of wild to say? Detonation, top seed besides FAV Gaming, rising to the ranks. It was a Cinderella story, as you put it previously, in the first half of the season, but they really proved themselves to be worthy of moving on to the second part of the season. As you mentioned, finding their way with the characters, their strategy with their team, having a lot of variance, and have the words from the CEO, as you mentioned previously, also as well. Shout out to Detonation. I've seen them doing a lot of work in esports and really support their team and make sure that they're being able to be flown out to like the premieres and things like that. So love to see that support from these teams. We'll hopefully get a translation, or at least a little bit. I'd love to hear, what he's thinking about the event and maybe what he plans to do, like to come out to support in person. When they do have that in the grand finals, if they make it.
まず皆さんのファンの皆さんの応援が我々の力となっています。なので DFM を信じて皆さん引き続き応援のほどよろしくお願いいたします。
A lot of well wishes, a lot of good luck to everybody. A couple of words coming in from the CEO of Detonation FocusMe. He also felt the same exact way going into regulation season, right? He had mentioned we were so close to the dropout, but we made it through. This was all thanks to the fans. And that is truly heartfelt because, again, without the support of the fans, who are we, really, when it comes to the realm of the FGC? He asked for a very big request from the fans. He said, please cheer for us to go to the grand finals. I'm sure with the camps from both sides, a lot of the fans are very eager to see which one will prevail over the other. And I'm very excited to see it, honestly. But we have our roster set, and Nemo going up first. This is huge. Kabe actually taking the seat for the first time. Not going to be the one to get the intel. I like the leader stepping up in this position. Higuchi being the man to set things up in the middle. Then a Shuto who's going to be in the final spot. Maybe it's a way to drag Fudo out early, perhaps, with Nemo and Higuchi up front. But I don't think they're going to fall for that. I lied.
Bro,
it's gonna be
Fudo.
Hold on. Okay.
Is it a trap? If you know it's a trap, we'll see though. We'll see. Maybe they have confidence in the other characters. It is wild because I also didn't really think that they put up Fudo so early. The other characters maybe don't have a good time against JP. I would like to see the Rashid come up and see if Nemo's still having trouble with that, because he did have issues against the likes of John Takuchi. In fact, this formation is the exact same formation we saw previously the last time they fought, where Seoul was able to take it over Detonation 30-10. It was Nemo that lost to John Takuchi. Higuchi beat Nauman, but then Shuto beat Fudo. That was the order previously. They're switching up. Fudo's going first for Team Detonation this time. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense when you look at the overall record that Fudo possesses in the second stage of it all, right? He's taking down Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto twice on, facing off against Higuchi, and I think one of those had to have been in the sudden death spot. I can't recall exactly which one it is, and I could click on it, but I don't want to lose my spot. He did fall short to Shuto, though, right? That was actually a pretty significant match to behold. I believe it was in Section 8. Ah, okay, I was right. Yeah, Fudo had actually fallen short to Fudo in a full-on set. 0-3?
It was the anchor. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, that was the last match they actually had. Shuto was able to beat Fudo. And we've seen that also happen in 5, right? Like that happened where Shuto proclaimed that he was born from the womb to take down Fudo. He was made to take down Fudo. Listen, he was made to take down a lot of top cats out here. But same way in Street Fighter 6. So, you know, I kind of want to see that match happen a little bit later. But it's not going to happen right now. It's going to be Fudo going up against Nemo. In fact, Nemo said, so it's not Zangief? Too easy. I can't believe he actually said that because I feel like JP does a really good job against Zangief. So kind of crazy for him to talk mess like that. Fudo says, though, if he beats me, maybe Zangief will come out. Gotta beat me first. Again, crazy to say because man's playing DJ. Like, are the tier list switch? What's going on here?
Yeah. It's a really, really interesting way to put it into context. It's like, wait, like if you were to just kind of like read these statements without knowing what characters they're playing, it's like, huh, is it Fudo that actually has like the problem here in the matchup? Because to be quite honest, the way the meta's been developing, I honestly feel like DJ has a pretty solid time against JP. The range is good enough to catch a counter poke, and I know like between like mid-range, so obviously long range we talk about the projectiles from JP, but even mid-range I feel like his normals are pretty solid, right? He's got medium punch that extends pretty far out there, low medium kick that thrusts him forward and has a really interesting hitbox and hurtbox interaction. His stand fierce 2 is also a decent range away from him and active enough to get a lot of these counter pokes going. So I think DJ can cover all of those bases as well. He has a very decent fireball. He has the heavy air slasher if needed. He does have a very, very fast drive rush forward, right? I think the fastest in the game. Not the longest, but truly the fastest in the game. So I think that alone could spell a lot of trouble if Nemo decides to throw an unfortunate ghost, right? Or like a misplaced spike, if you will. So there are a lot of ways that DJ can get around to fight up against JP up close, where I feel like he lacks a little bit. But we'll see how it plays out. If Nemo wants that type of strategy to happen, so be it. We've seen how he has been up close and personal in his last interaction in day 1.
Right.
Maybe he wants to fight him up close. We'll find out.
I mean, it has kind of the change up here for Nemo. He's willing to engage the CQC. You see, getting close range with it. Anyway, first match, Saishun Kazuo Kumoto going up against DetonatioN FocusMe. Fantastic start. And this is what I'm worried about right here. Fudo's playstyle is super aggressive compared to other DJ players. Just saying quite a bit. It's a problematic thing in terms of defense. Nemo getting hit with that meaty fireball. He's caught in the corner. Going to be a perfect. There we go. Stand fierce. Let's sweep off the feet. The OD fireball makes him fall.
It's the exact strategy we were talking about the last time we saw Nemo face off against a character with a fireball, right? That meaty situation can happen for a character like DJ. We saw Fudo exercise that exact bit twice over, getting the counter hit against Nemo. We do have the ghost, a full conversion now from Nemo. Utilizing that gauge, drive rushing forward. No, sir, he maintained that charge. Fudo was ready, laying in wait. That sweep, another long-reaching tool. Target combo not going to be completed. Fudo wasn't ready for his turn. Punish counter, drive rush forward. It is a punish counter throw, so he's going to be stuck there. It's going to be Nemo looking to fight off in this corner. That jump, oh my god! That background house anti-air counter hit into the force, knockdown state, and now it's going to be Fudo. Another big hit, back to back. This guy hits like a truck. The attack on heavy tag, it's not just a name, baby. It's a lifestyle, and he's doing exactly what he came to do. Getting game 1, 2 rounds straight against the captain, making the sun set a little bit early here in this matchup. What a whip punish. A low medium kick. Very difficult to actually punish as JP. A lot of characters, a lot of players that have a very difficult time trying to catch that mobile, but not Fudo. Now it's Nemo dictating the pace. It's going to attack on drive gauge, at least up until that point. Fudo finds the opening with the drive rush. This is everything, pushing Nemo into the corner. No low medium kick can be found against Fudo. His defense has been stellar, but I think it's just the activity behind it, right? The just cool has been so difficult to challenge. Again, the punish counter is there. Going into The uppercuts as well. Forward throw. One more sequence. Fudo, can he get it? Can he establish dominance now and get possibly 4 rounds?
Heavy punch gets the knockdown. No back throw. Still caught up in the corner. Perfect parry is there. The drive impact, but no, unfortunately, no crumble. And the DP, he's at the ready. He is steady. He is watching for that spin of the cane. You can tell when he's going for that teleport when he spins the cane. And this is looking super dominant as a start here for not only Fudo, but Team DetonatioN. Oh no, until
that was a little bit too far.
The backward fat punish.
Yeah, that jackknife maximum actually could have reached. It just has a really shallow hitbox. It just pretty much hits almost near in front or on top of DJ rather than far forward, I think. At least the OD version. That's enough. Yes, sir. On the push right. Nemo gets a perfect against Fudo. Now, this is going to be kind of volatile, right? We have 2 characters at max gauge, 3 apiece on both ends. We'll see who fires off first.
Yeah, Fudo, spin that bar for level 3 if need be to get a big lead or find the finish. For Nemo, this is a level 2 opposition. Try to get that stand fierce, the just cool, we play neutral. Sends out the level 1 for some damage. And we go for level 2 a little bit later. OD just cool. Oh no, this is looking real bad with that level 2. The man from Montego Bay on that DJ. The drop though. Oh no, no seasoning. The lorries. He's there though. In the dash up jab.
The air approach will be sealed every single time. If there's any stat that's going to be highlighted in just a little bit, it will be that anti-air because Fudo maintained his charge each and every time, whether it's a teleport, whether it's a normal jump. Fudo has been the man to stop the air approach, whether it's with the jackknife or the back roundhouse. That back roundhouse, you might have missed it a little bit earlier. The back roundhouse counter hit for the forced knockdown, him getting a full conversion off of that, it was actually kind of disgusting. This man Fudo was ready for everything. But this is very good intel going forward from Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto. Despite them losing that first match, it is very, it's potent enough to understand who they're going to set up for that matchup for the next go-around, right? Once Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto gets into the home field advantage, if Fudo happens to be in the anchor spot, they know exactly how they're going to approach that counter. So I think this is fine. Being the Vanguard spot, 10 points, not too bad, I feel like, for Nemo. He saw a little bit of cracks in the armor too. Getting that perfect against them. There it is. 100% from both ends. Really? Ooh. In the anti-air department. 3 for 3 on both ends. That is quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the fact that he was looking out for that the teleport continuously. It looked like he was just standing underneath of it, waiting, deliberating, waiting for Nemo to drop down, watch spin the cane, find the anti-air. Nemo not able to find a way in. I am definitely curious to see who they're going to send up against Fudo a little bit later on. Like, you have the intel that Nemo can't deal with it just yet. The defense isn't ready enough to take down someone so aggressive. You might have to have someone that go pace to pace with him. But I do like the fact that you're pointing that out. Even if it is a loss, you have to be able to take something from these losses, especially when every point matters. If you're not able to get the points, okay, take some data from this. Nemo, maybe not ready for that kind of matchup. We're moving on to this next set. Higuchi, second position. Who do you send up from Team DetonatioN?
I personally would love to see John Takeuchi or Inabashi. I think if I really want to keep the lore alive between the 2 captains, I would want to send up John Takeuchi to keep the Zangief at bay for like the next go around, to kind of like entice Nemo to step forward, right? That could be a possibility, but we'll find out momentarily as Inabashi is getting ready to send up his next. It looks maybe like Nauman might do it because he's already like warming up his hands, right?
Yeah, he's already preparing himself. Nauman against, you know what? This is revenge. But no, it is Inabashi going up right now. So for the matchup wise, I think this is fine. I think this is something that Gao players complain about. It's not a matchup that Gao loses. He's very uncomfortable with. Talked to Du about this. I've seen him talk about it. complained about it on his stream for good reason. She has many ways to get some fireballs that are problematic in terms of trading. As you mentioned before, trade with a crouching medium punch can be deadly. She's close enough to start the party off. Superman punch lands on the recovery of a sonic boom. You're eating a ton of damage. The Gladius cutting through some of these normals and just normal fireballs, it's going to hurt. So she has many tools to fight these characters, to fight the likes of Guile. So that being said, Higuchi, we saw him have issues with Johnny with his Marisa. I wonder if he took that data, even though it's a different Marisa, and figured out a better strategy to fight just the onslaught of the muscle moms. You know what I'm saying? You also have someone like Shudo on your team to help you out and say, listen, you messed up on this, this, and this. This is what you have to do better. Gotta imagine he's prepared.
Looking at my data right now, I think there's a lot to really talk about with the amount of command grabs that Itabashi has landed over time. I think one of the biggest components is not only just talking about what Marisa can do on paper, what we've expected from the matchups, from the normals and the special moves like the Gladius and the Phalanx. I think what's really important is somebody who has a grappler's mentality to instill the fear initially. I think that's what makes Itabashi excel a little bit further that Shuto can. Just based off of that criteria alone, is how often you could land a command grab and how tricky your setups can be. Because Itabashi, he can pretty much do an X copy of what Shudo wants to do in terms of the normal spacing, in terms of his safe jump setups, right? But one thing is for certain, like one thing that needs to be practiced is like how to set up people for that command grab. I think Itabashi might have that slight edge that Shuto can't necessarily prep anybody for. In fact, I don't think any Marisa player can truly be like, hey man, this is when you can expect an OD in fold, right? That's difficult to prepare for, truly.
That is. But I mean, Itazan has been able to put his own style, his own staple of grappling play. I think that's really good that you pointed that out, because looking back on his play, whether it be CFN, even throughout the league, his command grab rate is exponential. Shudo, more about the damage, but when it comes to command grabs, no matter what character, Itazan is going to sneak those in, and those do a grip, an absolute grip of damage. Now, some smack talk coming in here from Itazan. He said, I don't really like the Saishun console Kumoto leader, so I won't lose to anybody on his team. Gucci just simply said, if we win today, we'll go to the finals. Itazan's the leader of DFM. I will beat him, and I will beat their team here. Strong words from both sides. Smack talk, shots fired from the side of Itazan a little bit more, though. But I like the fact, again, going back to the way that he plays, it's a different sort of style. If you're playing with Shuto, you might be locked in too much on the normals and the specials. You have to worry about the command grabs, how those are set up, how the momentum is going, flowing, to set those up, and how someone like Itazan plays. You have to prepare for Itazan himself. It's kind of funny because you have to prepare for Higuchi more than Guile, it feels like, when it came to 5 and now a little bit more in 6. Same kind of with Itazan, with the way he plays, unconventional compared to when he was playing his Geef. Other players would play, and they would not forego damage or Oki or whatever for setups or for the mental damage. Itazan would, though. Itazan would go for that because he had a game plan, a different game plan in his mind. It's similar with his Geef and similar with his Marisa.
And you've seen that. You've seen that transition over from Zangief into Marisa. In fact, once he switched over to Marisa, he's found significant success. If you take a look at the comparison, they showed it off on the bottom a little bit earlier. In the first stage, he was not able to get a single win as Zangief. However, switching over into the second stage, he was 4 for 6. Pretty significant, because I'll tell you why. He's taken down the leader of Shinobi. He's taken down Momochi 2 times over. He's taken down the leader of Gyogun, Mago, and he's also taken down one of the heaviest hitters, one of the highest point earners in the league, which is Kazunoko. Kazunoko actually was one of the undefeated players going into the league, and I think Itabashi was the first one to deliver that L.
And with just a couple months' time of learning this character, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, like, why redo the work when you have someone like Shuto who's been leading the pack? That's exactly what I was mentioning, and here we go. Here comes the second team battle.
Starts off the drive rush, gets a throw, this Dragon Suplex. Too far for the Dragon Fang. It doesn't bite a goddamn thing. Toe tap, corner carry. We wake up with Buds in to a Sonic Boom, but not an OD for a knockdown. Gotta find a different way to leave the corner, and he does so with the back throw.
Oh, so meticulous with the spacing. Higuchi was ready for the upside down kick. to keep Itabashi at bay. You see the Gladius is coming out too to kind of contest against the Sonic Booms. That trade-off is always going to be better for Marisa. Anti-air, you already know it. No overhead here.
Back heavy punch, finds the finish, dumps out enough drive gauge to get the kill. Again, you mentioned that spacing. Picture perfect. Sada Higuchi.
Set him down. Drive rush forward, gets the big bait against the throw. Knock him down again. Back heavy, and that's it. What is this? Oh, the level 1. That could have been a burnout, but the block here is important. Yeah. Itabashi, entire straight. What a time to check with the jab. Put his hands up in the air after that. Level 3 incoming. This is going to be huge. The drive gauge slowly recovering, but the corner positioning is everything. Now he doesn't get OP. Even if he drive rushes, he's not going to really get OP. Rodrigo for nothing.
Impact. Able to land that. He's going for that level 2. No! Too far off the fault. I think he went with the throw. Still can land that level 2. He gets that stand heavy kick to put the plus 4 situation on him. Nice. Delay for the flash kick. Now, have to maneuver against the booms. Finds the counter conversion. Ends it with the level 1. Yeah, a few more Sonic Booms. He'll get that level 2 and put this man through his paces. Oh, he tries to advance. Interruption. It's the overhead. Still might get hit with one OD Sonic Boom. Here's the activation. Again, bad situation. He goes for the overhead instead of going for the chip out. Dang. He's like rearing back in his seat already. All right, you got it. You got it. All right.
We're going to get that timeout really quick. Itabashi Zangief going to consult with the rest of his team. Overall, a solid strategy in terms of trying to close the gap, but now Fudo and John Takuchi looking to give a couple of words towards their captain. And I like John Takuchi kind of like going back and forth between Fudo as well. Actually, the whole team's getting involved now, and also kind of talking about it too. One thing I do like to highlight is the spacing and the patience that Itabashi took forward against Higuchi. That's really, really important, right? You're starting to see different looks of how Higuchi wants to stop your approach walking down. We obviously, the Sonic Boom's come into play. It's a very obvious way to stop somebody from moving forward. The upside down kick, however, that does reach pretty far forward, but there's a lot of recovery on that bad boy. So if Itabashi could possibly find a way to bait that out, I think we're going to see a lot of problems from Higuchi. But it's always going to be the Sonic Boom, I feel like. That's going to be on the mind of most players when they face off against a Guile, right?
Right. So about reading that timing, getting that Gladius, be able to land, get the knockdown, and go to town. We want to see also, as you mentioned, something gets an upside down kick, drive impact, preemptive jump in. Also, catching the rhythm of those booms and buttons. Figure out when he wants to stick out the buttons at that too far of a range and find a punish. That could be a way to play. Part of me also just wants to see the Geef. I've heard some of the Geef players, a few of them, say that the Guile matchup is not that bad. I don't know if that's really the case. Is maybe time for a switch over to Geef because maybe he's had more practice with that matchup. And Marisa, we mentioned, being on the newer side of things, maybe hasn't grinded out the Guile matchup significantly enough right now, at least for the playoffs, or at least against someone like Higuchi. These are just options. I'm just throwing stuff at the wall. I'm just trying to see what sticks here. I think personally, he needs to utilize the options of Marisa better, but there's still other layers and other elements that Higuchi hasn't done just yet. We haven't seen level 2. We haven't really seen, being put on the back foot from more OD booms from the side of Higuchi. He hasn't introduced other elements, so I'm kind of fearful of those being added as time goes on, as he fights Marisa.
We saw the potential of a level 2, if that counts, but it was pretty much to bait Itabashi into guarding up to get ready for the solid puncher booms, right? Very sneaky, by the way. I thought that was really clever. And it's going to be the Marisa sticking through it. Here comes game 2. Immediate phalanx in anticipation for an opening gambit boom.
Gucci's been fighting outside this corner very well. Finds a back throw. Again, so confident, even though he's in the corner, not where you want to be. Always able to find the exit side, driver's back throw, a jump over, doesn't matter. He is pressing the issue. Ooh. So afraid of those Gladiuses. I ain't gonna lie. All it takes is one charge up Gladius to cut through a fireball.
Oh, that was actually very tricky. That back fierce at that timing, it made me think that there was going to be something else on deck, but it was Higuchi who thought maybe he could sneak in a normal. Maybe he thought he was going to be fast enough working up with that.
Beautiful interruption. Did not find the fault that he wanted.
What was that?
I don't know.
Yeah, activation.
So level 2. Saw the gauge was low.
Man, the amount of chip damage he's just accumulating, and also the anti-air from that range. You thought it was going to be a moment for you to cancel. No, sir. Higuchi 100% ready for you.
Our starts have been fantastic. Well, they were at least here with Sonic Itabashi, but not so much now. Higuchi starting off a lot strong, trying to find these jump-ins. Reset, a little more predictive when it comes to the anti-airs. Drive rush, stand fierce, backs away from the plus frames. Gladius is not landing. There hasn't been a button, a sonic boom, he cannot read the rhythm. The anti-air's right there with the crouch fierce. There's an upside down kick. Gotta find something for it. It's been so hard, it's been so hidden.
Get the perfect parry as well. Itabashi can't really make much use of it if he's not within range. Speaking of in range, that crouch jab was everything against that whip throw from Higuchi. There's the fold number 1. Drive rush forward. No, he's gonna walk up instead. You can see him fishing for the counter pokes. Crouch medium punch. There's a standing one at that. You have to spend it here. Don't drop that, son. That's level 3 incoming. Tying it all up immediately. Higuchi turning to his teammates. He's looking for an intermission. Perhaps, but either way, man, that was a huge, huge turnaround for the likes of Marisa.
Just walking him down slowly but surely. Dog walk him to the corner. Finding these moments. He said, if you're not gonna give me a button, I'll just continuously walk you towards the end of the screen and then spin my bar to win. More aggression here from the side of Higuchi. Round start, swinging that stand heavy kick. Would love to catch a limb. Charge, oh, you did drive rush, Gladius, then the Superman punch, Magnum bunker, waits a little bit. No reaction here from Higuchi. The anti-air's right there, the crouch fierce, the lockdown, the overhead. The block, but the follow-up is absolutely fine. The plus frames, trying to go for the air-to-air, but still has him locked up in the corner.
Look at this, just hovering around that range. Looking to either trade with a boom, perfect parry it, or even prepare for the upside down kick. Here's the Sonic Blade. Higuchi forcing himself out of the corner just little by little. A couple of these booms doing all the talking. There's another upside down kick. Itabashi is getting a little bit frustrated within this range, not being able to counter it. So what do you do going forward?
Perfect parry in the gap. Let's get the knockdown. I like this. Corner carry, OD. Oh, sends out the super. Wasn't gonna kill, but does have him locked up. With that throw, we see that continuously. Not gonna happen. He jumps back. There's no help. He goes for the stand heavy kick. Plus frames. But all it takes is one drive impact. All it takes is one hit. One good Gladius if he gets close enough. An OD. Doesn't have to overextend right now. But the bar's coming back and finally, before it reaches green, he hits the red light.
He had a traffic camera set up for him the whole time. That could have been a punish! I think he could have been within range. Maybe I'm wrong. That was a scary placement of the roundhouse. Oh, sit him down. The blade right in front of him. So daunting to even try to contest against that.
But you're not in range to counter it, or you don't have like a low to deal with it. Nice, the Gladius cutting through the boom, finally getting that corner push. Trying to charge it up again, but here's the OD, saving the day. Empty low, there we go. Into level 1. Have to get it done, one touch. Then overhead, too far out for it. Oh, the stance cancel. For me, kick with a jump back jab, a fadeaway in play. Final game, final round.
Really smart defense from Higuchi, not willing to stand still. That perfect parry is going to be setting things off real straight to the court already. Getting the link off of the drive rush forward, low medium kick. A couple of frame buffers too, frame kills, excuse me. Back-to-back throws, one of the big potent weaknesses from Marisa. This is going to be all she wrote. Super or not, more than enough damage for Higuchi to get the perfect. He called it right out the gate. He is not looking to lose to any of the members of Detonation FocusMe. Higuchi popping off.
Gucci. Back to that wild style. Back to business. Back to that confidence that he had previously with this character. Even when it seems like, you know, the chips are down, he's like, wait a minute. I know how to get aggressive. I know how to get active. I know how to switch up after every drive rush. I know how to sift out your defensive options too as well. We did see Itazan cut to the Sonic Booms with the Gladiuses a little more continuously, but when Higuchi would engage with the drive rush, rushing medium kicks, overheads, and things like that, it was Itazan on the back foot. We talked about how she dies to lows and throws. Well, guess what? Crouching medium kick, drive rush throw. You have to worry about the overhead also sprinkled in. Delay also if they want to call out your parry or your parry attempt to get that punish counter right after it. A lot of different looks that Higuchi threw at, and Itazan was just not ready for.
It's good intel. Again, we talked about it earlier. Tying it up 10 points apiece. It's a little introduction to each other. Now we're going to figure out what the strategy is going to be like going forward in terms of switching up the pace of the players. So the anti-air department, obviously 8 out of 10, pretty potent from the side of Higuchi, stopping every approach that he can from Inabashi. Looking at the OD reversals as well, 3 for 3, also pretty important, being able to utilize that. The tech throws 0-2, not too bad at all, considering I think one of them, I think you might be able to call maybe like the enfold, but probably not. But either way, 0-2, not too bad, not too bad. However, looking at the opposite end, 1 of 7 tech throws. We talk about one of the blatant weaknesses that Marisa has. It is indeed the throw, right?
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But, yo, going back to the reversals, though, that there was no reads on those OD flash kicks. I believe I saw it during a drive rush, but overall, I do like the fact that 3 out of 3 is a really good sign that he wasn't able to read the intentions of those reversals, and that means that Gucci's back in his bag. Back in Street Fighter V, he had a really high rate of reversals just in general with Guile and the OD flash kicks, or the EX flash kicks back and then. Now, who do we send up for this final bout against Shoot, though? I think it's got to be John Takeuchi. I feel like it's got to be him.
I'm in the same camp. It makes a lot of sense. I think the mobility can kind of fluster Marisa. The different angles that Rashid can fly in at for the air approach can be very difficult. We also talked about the biggest weaknesses that Marisa has. Sometimes her anti-airs can be kind of inconsistent because of like the normals that she has to use for it. Sometimes she has to use armor as well. So, you know, obviously being 2 out of 6 is a little bit problematic and a little bit of a highlighted weakness that we kind of overlook. But John Takeuchi is going to be the one to set things off against the other Marisa, right? So the throw game is very potent with Rashid. He does have a very valid throw game, throw loop. He does have a very potent mix-up game that could lead to a lot of problems, and also a very problematic fireball, in my opinion.
Yeah, speaking of that, that's going to help out against like wake up armor, you know, moves that she would like to do. Charging up will cut through the armor like hot butter. And that's just a really good meaty tool just in general. She doesn't really have a reversals kind of fight back with just in general. So she's going to be holding a lot of pressure from this character. When I watch the likes of 801 Strider go up against JB, it's either Strider is looking for a two-touch Teresa sort of situation, doubling up the damage when need be, and put that character on the back foot with either a good jump in or swing out with like a stand heavy kick punish counter, whatever it may be. In the reverse though, for JB or any Rashid, they're looking to put him in the corner and get aggressive and get continuous with that pressure. You have to be a mixed master against this character. There's many ways to play, and JB and the rest of the Rashid players have proven that this character can work at high level. You know, maybe doesn't have the best normals, they don't have the best range. You have drive rush to kind of cover that for a little bit, and then once you get in, you can get difficult, you can get active, you can get nasty, you can get those knockdowns, you can get those midi sequences, those frame kills, and the corner push off of like Eagle Spike and things like that. Also, lead to the character's success. You put him in the corner, and you also build up the bar for like level 2. I don't want to say basically won, but you hit your win condition.
Yeah, he gets to hit that win condition, what, 2 times around, I feel like, if he's active enough, right? This character is a walking, or I guess running battery in most of the matchups in hand. So I think it's going to be very interesting. I think obviously we've seen Gotchgoon find huge success with this character over at the offline premiere. So I think this is going to be a very interesting example to be made in regards to how the matchup's going to be like, because this is a very uncommon occurrence, and I will say that wholeheartedly. This is a very much so uncommon occurrence even at this stage of the game. There's only a handful of Rashid players that have really made it work, and JB included. Obviously, you talked about it. JB, JT, John Takeuchi, and obviously their senpai Gotchgoon as well. So I am kind of curious to see whether or not either of these players have had any sort of like coaching from Gachikun. Whether Shuto had actually dragged Gachikun to a first to 10, or whether or not John Takeuchi had actually talked to him about navigating the Marisa matchup, who knows? I would actually love to know that type of lore going forward, though. I think that would be a very interesting thing to highlight, because Gachikun has been coaching a lot of these players since he's no longer a part of the league.
Right, you definitely do so. Go out and help out other players and things like that, get them stronger. And I mean, even if they're not being able to get directly coached by Gachikun, they have a lot of tapes to study. I mean, Gachikun's streaming all the time. He is playing all the time. I mean, the Rashid players that are all around the world that are doing work, there's a lot to study from just in general. If you are someone that doesn't have like a good Rashid presence in your area, which is actually not a lot of areas to be honest, you will probably have to go to CFN and study that character and learn, because he is a threat. I do remember Big Bird being like, listen, you have to learn how to fight Rashid. Like, and this was before Gachikun even got his victory. He's like, you have to learn how to fight this character or you are going to get cooked. And that's just a layer 1, because now we find out that it's not just about the mix. I mean, Rashid could be a solid character, maybe not just a neutral overall, but his drive rush, crouching light kick, and the crouching medium kick is fantastic. Drive rush buttons in general are pretty damn good. He does suffer in anti-airs. Well, not, you know, can't. Sorry, Gachikun. We've seen the head down a million times every time he tries to go for like an ODDP as an anti-air. You have to space out with Heavy Mixer, but when you are in a certain range, Heavy Mixer will work out. So Rashid players have been finding ways to work around the character's deficiencies, been able to pull out the strengths. As you mentioned, sometimes, most of the time, getting 2 level 2s in a round, because this character is a battery. He builds up so much bar so consistently. It's difficult to have to deal with 2 of those that are just going to rule the neutral for a couple seconds.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty potent, right? We talked about Shuto being a very potent counter-poking type of style, counter-poking type of player, if you will. And I think Isar just kind of nullifies that option more often than not. Like, whether it drags you to the corner, or most of the time you'll see a setup. Like, a good Rashid player will always set up Rashid for a level 2 where their opponent is towards the corner, right? If you are limited in your movement, there's no chance you're going to be getting the counter pokes that you would want to ideally get in your match. So with that in mind, we'll see how it plays out. I'm down to get a counter of how many Isars come out to play this set.
Yeah, can we get that? It's going to be a lot. It's going to be in double digits, for sure, for sure. Especially because it's going to be a first to 3, so we have even more games to play out here. Shuto versus John Takeuchi. Drive impact immediately against the fireballs. Unfortunate, but a fantastic start here for Shuto. Already getting a lot of corner carry. The trade, yeah, you'll take that.
Oh
my Find this extension.
Damn, that is a mauling. It was as if a fully grown adult was beating on a baby. That was actually a mauling. That was terrifying. Send help.
I mean, that is the babyface trickster, man. That is the babyface right there himself. All right, hold on now. The coffee baby got hands. Crouching medium punch lands, though, from Shuto. As soon as I say that, set up, OD. Crouching light kick. Such a fantastic drive rush button. Here's the Isar, the first one on the menu. One of many.
A very big rebuttal coming in from DetonatioN's own. A little bit starved for meter, though, coming into it, right? I think it's going to be not too problematic so long as John Takeuchi can get started. And speaking of, already bringing Shuto to the corner, this is where he gets to excel. That's 1 bar so far. A couple of frame kills and a very important tech from Shuto. Looking to baseball swing his way out of the corner. But no, it's John Takeuchi who gets the whip punish himself. Dash up, Armored Gladius, backing away, doesn't want to be overzealous, doesn't want to cross any lines. But instead, he gets clipped. That was movement. He tried to move on defense. No, sir. This level 3 is going to be huge. Shuto pushes John to the corner. And now, could be a problem if he drive rushes forward. Oh,
he actually doesn't drive impact. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Deader than dead. No, Isar.
That's just as good, right? I think John Takeuchi not really anticipating the drive impact. Sure, he had 2 bars to his name, but I think that's one of the detriments to his strength, right? You talk about Isar being such a potent tool. Some players want to kind of like hold on to it and only like, it's sometimes tunnel vision into like getting that activation, right?
That's true. It's like if I live through this, I'll be able to put them through their paces with that level 2, but level 1 could have gotten in that situation. That's something John Takeuchi might have to consider. Perfect parry against the Superman punch, just wants a knockdown. Double dashes in. Tax the throw, though. Shoot, though. Not trying to hold any of that grip. Knockdown again. Frame kill with the crouching medium punch, of course. Hella medium.
Man, shades of Street Fighter 5 with the offensive pressure. John Takeuchi looking to continue to in the corner. When we talked about that counter play, the counter poking type of style. Very fortunate he didn't get caught up in the unfold. Speaking of, making Shuto fold with a couple of throws back behind him. Looking at round 1 of game 2 in favor of John.
Dang, outside that this is against a Stand Fierce, finds a Stand Fierce of his own. Now sets up the Yasar, runs the ODDP. It's still there, he gets the follow-up. He spiked the extra amount of damage in another heavy mixer, heavy style. In the throw, he's still caught up in the corner. We talked about how far back this is, the perfect parry. Gets the back throw. He's got the bar at the bottom. He's got to be able to dump it out real soon here. He wants to stay in. Stand Fierce again, Arabian Cyclone. Enhanced mixer and gets a double slap just like that. The babyface got hands.
Damn. Baby's got hands. Baby's got hands. Got a little bit of a timeout being called from Shuto to congregate with the rest of his teammates to figure out what needs to be done. And I gotta say, man, I think John Takeuchi's pace is just a little bit too much for Shuto to kind of get consistent counter pokes, or at least his offense is tightened up enough to the point where Shuto can't even counteract, right?
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. And every time that there's a whiff, every time there's a moment, John Takeuchi gets the knockdown, and he does a dash-up throw or dash-up meaty. I haven't even seen the meaty fireballs at all. It hasn't really even come through. And that is another element you have to worry about. So all these things are getting rotated. You don't have the defense that you would have like other characters that have like a traditional ODDP or whatever it may be. You're just getting harassed continuously. And then through all of this, as he's hitting you, either on block or on hit, doesn't matter what it is, he's building up bar. He's building up another Yasar. We saw that, get that extension, and prove to people that this character dumps out damage. Like Rashid, though it may look like it sometimes, definitely has moments, especially up in the corner, where he can deal the damage. Yasar, one of those access points. And John Takeuchi has been getting too much access to the win.
We are getting a couple of words also coming in from the rest of the DetonatioN squad. You know, John Takeuchi, we didn't get to highlight some of his pre-game interviews, right? He was talking about it. He's looking at the playoffs yesterday. All the players have been doing a couple of mistakes that they don't usually do, so he's doing his usual moves today, which is pretty significant, right? I think his offensive pressure very reminiscent of the way he played 5. So I am very happy to see at least he's tightened up the offense and figured out what needs to be done against the likes of Shuto. Now Shuto, I think it's not the counter poking strategy that really needs fixing. I just think it's creating that space away from John Takeuchi, whether it's away from the corner, whether it's in neutral as well. He needs to find his moments where he could stay out of the corner. Easier said than done, obviously. We'll see how fast John Takeuchi could recreate those exact results. Pretty aggressive already, and just like that, already in a dire spot.
Parry back though, okay. Has him caught in the corner, baits out the ODDP for free. Wait just a little bit, fantastic punish right here. And look at this, deletes all that drive gauge, this character. Can't do too much. There's one thing you don't want to be, is fighting Marisa in burnout. Where's the throw? I like that jump back here from Shuto. He has been a man of defense. We saw that Street Fighter 5. Lands a drive impact, no splat though, not close enough. Drive, rush, stand fierce, bold with that in fold. Gets that grip and that's it.
Very keen to the air reset as well. That was a really good shot from Shuto. The awareness was so on point for him to go for that. So this jump in is everything. I'll tell you why. Boom, the damage, but now the setup for that medium thing. Anti-air? No, it's the Gladius.
Close. Yasar. Trying to party. Takes a throw. Perfect. But still, you're caught up in the blender. It's still out. Sends it out to lock him down in the corner. Heavy mixer.
It actually
still locked
anti-air.
in.
That was the OD version. More so a bust out. Oh.
Here it is right there. He's already in another command grab. He saw Inazan do it and said, this looks like fun, and he gets it done with a forward heavy kick. Her jail buttons up in the corner. Forward heavy kick, stand heavy kick. Drive rush, stand fierce, crouching medium punch, lock you in continuously. And he's been looking for air-to-airs more often than not. You mentioned those bad anti-airs that this character has. Situational, sometimes can drop out with Gladius, crouch fierce, got a lot of startup. So he's like, listen, I'll take this guys with you. I'll meet you there.
A very huge rebuttal coming in, an immediate timeout from John Takeuchi to congregate yet again with Detonation FocusMe. Now, I think Shuto, I don't know what it was, but that explosion from, the second round, being able to jump in, that's just really, really lucky, I think, from Shuto. But to make the most of it out of that was something that Shuto is known for, like the corner pressure, the big conversions from the damage, and knowing what to do once somebody escapes the corner, right? He anticipated the jump out with the Gladius. Now, mind you, if John Takeuchi had committed to a normal, perhaps he would have got clipped, but I think Shuto now has like a better understanding of like how aggressive he's supposed to be, like when he's supposed to turn it on to like move forward and make these very, I won't say like super risky jumps. But I think it's worth a shot to test it out, considering how inconsistent the anti-airs can be from Rashid, the character, more so than like John Takeuchi's responses, right? I think it was worth to even give that shot out.
That's a really good point, because there are ranges where heavy mixer will work, but you get a little bit closer, and then those jumpers get a little more finicky. They have a little bit more startup. The invincibility runs out. Whatever it may be, it gets a little bit more dangerous. I wouldn't mind Shuto taking the skies a little bit more continuously, because you're not going to eat a ton of damage unless Yasara's out. Yasara's out, okay, don't jump. Horrible idea. We've seen a lot of damage be dumped out previously, taking the skies. Terrible idea. But before that happens, jumping not the worst idea against this kind of character. Also, to kind of test him and put a little stress on him. He might anti-air you once, but he might be thinking about that the entire match. But right now, it's still game point either way. He does find the anti-air right there with a medium mixer and the drive rush forward medium punch. This with the Arabian Cyclone. Good start here. Takeuchi.
Check out the movement. I like the little bit of a stutter from the lights. A little bit of a stagger, excuse me.
Those lows, the drive rush crouching light kick works out. The anti works out too. Well spaced.
Oh. What a whiff by the sweep to sweep connection. John Takeuchi pretty much keeping it as close as he can with the OD. Fireball coming out initially, forward throw now, Shuto. What's the response here? Another throw.
With the Arabian Cyclone, the crouching medium punch, so many different options, so different looks that you have to hold up in the corner. Even worse for this character. To the stomp, not working out the neutral jump, calls it out and spins the level 3. The only time you will see this is what's going to get the kill. This will take us to the final game between the two. John Takeuchi looking out for every option and finding a fantastic rebuttal. They go right back into it. No waiting, no deliberating.
Yeah, especially in that scenario, I do love that perfect parry attempt. When your opponent is plus afterwards, checking them and trying to take their turn. I think I love that. I think for that very reason, I love that mechanic. Charge it up. Damn. You can get everything off of a plus 10. It's pretty nasty. Sit him down. Jump back medium punch.
Okay, the crouching medium kick lands. Let's get the knockdown. Flipping the throw. Charge up fireball. For the enhancement. No, nothing just yet. Reversal. Rebuttal. The crouching light punch works out. Ton of health from the side of Shuto. A lot of bar to utilize too as well. Play your cards right here. That jump in. Nobody home.
Oh,
you didn't complete.
That was a huge mishap.
The knockdown.
Oh, this is the huge mental breaker. John Takeuchi had actually landed that standing medium kick. I think that was a punish counter as well. Was not able to continue the link. I don't know what had just happened, but John Takeuchi, hopefully he can recover from that mental error.
Target combo could have been a lot of things. Let's go up in the corner with that bar at the bottom. Another grip. It's close to being a wrap. Another throw. This is definitely one touch. Into super to seal. It goes with another throw. Backs off looking for the ODDP possibly. Buffering. Looking for any bad option. Back throw. Give him another grip.
Too much of a PSR right now. That throw could have been heavily punished actually from John Takeuchi. Just counter on the throw. Dash up again. This burnout, it could be a little problematic. Counter hit as well on the overhead. You could set up for your star if you wanted to. Yes, he's going for that exact moment.
Blocking, looking for an
He
option.
tried to counter
Trying to
poke.
press a button.
He's so good with that pressure. The final moments here between Shuto and John Takeuchi. Match point for both.
The part
So
the bottom though,
great
Shuto.
opener. Level 3.
So
The
it's like level 3.
The damage is going to be so good. The corner carry even better. Can you drive rush forward and enforce your will? The perfect parry.
Perry was there. He calls it out.
From John Takeuchi.
Nasty the knockdown. The spike charge up fireball. Showing him a different look. Over the parries there and the blocks too as well. Shuto. Trying to find his way out. Good drive rush stand fierce. Even the normal stand fierce. In the gap, just like that. We see the parry, the knockdown again. Charge up fireball. He's holding parry. He takes the trade. He tried to go for the stance cancel right there. Got gripped up. Another Yasar. Ooh, the slight finesse and rest, and that'll pull him the rest. The ODDP ball enhanced by the win to get the win. John Takeuchi. The mix is too potent, man. The mix is too potent. Up in the corner.
1億パッドユーザール
ですね。
いやでもあそこは大パン立ちこぼん強パンチに対してジャストパリ
That's also kind of rough.
いや
That's also kind of rough. That was back-to-back W's for the side of John Takeuchi, despite falling. Well, it was 2-1, if I'm not mistaken. Shuto had the advantage going into that set, or at least towards the end of that set. John Takeuchi, again, that Isar is so potent. When you have nowhere else to go, you can't counterpoke effectively, or at least counterpoke the way that you wanted to. John Takeuchi took full advantage of that. Shuto a little bit overzealous in trying to make his normals work at the face of the Isar, right? We saw one of the touches kind of lead to a big moment for John Takeuchi in his offense, and then further on, getting baited into throwing point blank against a very mobile John Takeuchi is what set him down the path of defeat. But this is where we get the switch up, right?
We'll be switching the home and away side of things, but real quick, going back to John Takeuchi, one thing I definitely want to point and highlight is the fact that he found the right space and place to run these anti-airs. We talked about how difficult it is for Rashid. He would back up for the ODDP to hit, or the medium mixer, or the heavy mixer. He did get jumped in on a few times. We're going to see the stats right here. But 5 out of 6 in terms of anti-airs is actually ridiculous. That may seem like a small amount, especially when people understand the weakness of Rashid, but for him to be that consistent and disallow that access of damage coming from Orisa from the skies is very important. Spacing game on point, that's a part of it, but it's a really big part of it.
Yeah, and the one time that he missed his anti-air, we've seen the amount of damage that can be done. And Shuto actually was, I think he had won that round because he got that very fortunate jump in roundhouse. But that's just to kind of tell what happens when you let a Marisa fly all over. 5 out of 18, again, one of the big highlighted weakness, along with 3 out of 9, another similar stat. We saw that from Inabashi from his Marisa, right? 33% of the anti-airs, but 5 out of 18, again, another weakness exploited and well played from the side of John Takeuchi. I'm loving the results, at least in terms of the stats game. In terms of the games themselves, look how close it is, right? There's a lot of close calls, even towards the end. The first one, a little bit of a blowout. Fudo walking over Nemo. I feel like that's something that might be expected with a lot of the fans that have been keeping up in terms of like the World Warrior results and like the CPTs in general. I think DJ has done a great number against JPs, but it's Fudo, I think, that's really standing out above the crowd of the league here in Japan. So with that in mind, obviously we got 30 to 10, 30 in favor of Detonation. Saishun Console got 10 to the name.
That's true. That means we'll be switching things up. Away will be for the Detonation side, and home will be for the Saishun Console side. They'll have that benefit to push forward. But hey, push over to these costumes, bro. Make sure you pick these costumes ASAP. They're super sick. I really love the JP and the DJ costumes the most. The JP one actually makes you want to play the character. You ever get a costume, you're like, dang, I really want to play the character because of the costume, but I can't play it without the costume? That's JP for me. That's honestly JP. That costume is super sick. They're all super sick. You can get them right now. Get your fighter coins, whatever it may be, your drive tickets too as well, and buy, you know, show out, and claim them now. I see a lot of people going on Twitter and claiming what costume and color that they have. Go do so right now because it's getting a little bit limited.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these costumes that make me actually want to play these characters as well, and it's funny because it's like, man, I haven't really been that enthusiastic about playing certain characters before just based off of their aesthetic, or at least for their costumes, right? I haven't done that since, what, like Third Strike, but they brought me back, and I think they've done a great job. And speaking of, again, the team over at Capcom, US, EU, and Japan, you guys have done a phenomenal job with making such an incredible game. Street Fighter 6 obviously winning Best Fighting Game of the Year. We're looking to do so again at the Japan Esports Awards. If you guys can do me a favor, scan that QR code on the bottom right. If you are in Japan, if you are allowed to, technically, be sure to vote for pretty much like Tournament Circuit of the Year. They obviously have 2 nominations for that, Street Fighter League Japan, as well as the Capcom Pro Tour, as well as Game of the Year, one of the Games of the Years for their category. Street Fighter 6 in line for the Japan Esports Awards. We've already won 1. Let's win a couple more. But in mind of that, we have another matchup to go through in just a little bit. I'm going to be warming up. You guys should be doing so as well. Get some drinks, get some snacks. We'll be back with the second round between Saishun Kansou Kumamoto and DetonatioN FocusMe. We'll see you all in just a little bit.
投票をよろしくお願いいたします。受付期間は12月31日までとなっています。ご協力よろしくお願いいたします。ファン投票から審査員投票を経て、審査委員会による選考によってアワードが決定する流れとなっています。投票に関しての情報は画面の QR コードから日本 e スポーツアワードの公式サイトをチェックしてみてください。皆さんの投票で格ゲー部門を盛り上げていきましょう。
今年非常にね盛り上がったもの、ストリートファイターリーグぜひ、視聴者の皆さんの投票でですね、受賞に導いていただければと思います。どしどし、選手賞とか、キャスター賞とかもあるんで、ぜひ投票してください。よろしくお願いします。
お知らせは以上となります。まもなく2巡目の試合となります。準備の間こちらをご覧ください。
We told you there would be more action, and we didn't lie to you. We're back from the break with more Street Fighter League Japan playoffs. And hey, depending on how things go down, this may be the end, depending on what DetonatioN does right now. If they leave with a 40-baller right now, this could be the it. This could be it. This could be the end. But before we get to any of that, my name is Cole. I'm joined with Vicious. Vicious, you think that's possible? You think that DetonatioN could land a 40-baller against Seoul?
anything is possible, I feel like. You know, you're looking at the previous record from the initial set. Fudo taking his W pretty convincingly, 2-0. John Takeuchi with a very, very convincing win towards the end against one of the strongest players they have in Saishun Gunso Kumamoto. I wouldn't be too surprised. It's really up to Inabashi, I feel like, to step up to the plate, since he's going to be the one locked in. We're getting a moment where we get to determine who will be facing off in the away roster, right? A little bit of a spoiler alert. I might have given you a hint. Let's take a look. It's John, Takeuchi, Inabashi Zangief, and then Fudo in the anchor. Now been taking a seat yet again. So, when you ask me that question, could a 40 ball be possible? I will say yes with this current list.
You know, just in general, I pray that we get the memo and Ida's on match. Before we leave, before we get out of here, either which way, either which team takes a W, I just want it once. We'll see if that happens. I think we might be seeing the same order that we saw previously, maybe switched up from the side of Seoul. Again, they have the advantage. They're in the home side of thing. And they do need any advantage at this point because they only have 10 points. They dang name. Higuchi, looks like the camera is focused on him. I think he is, and he is actually going up against the Rashid. I kind of like this. I do like this matchup. I think if you're a Gao player, you love the fact that you can throw out the booms for damn days. They have to take a big risk to slide through the booms and predictive and reactive at the same time, and it's not very easy to do. So zoning game will be difficult for the side of Rashid to have to deal with. He has to spend OD gauge to cut through. Once he has him in the corner, hey, he can work like anywhere else. But I think the zoning, just in general, that Gao presents, makes it problematic for Rashid to deal with.
Yeah, I think the ground game is pretty much so in Gao's favor from certain distances, right? I think John has a lot to kind of anticipate in terms of like how he wants to make his approach, whether he wants to contest fireball with the fireball or try to maybe have his way with like a charged up whirlwind to enhance his jump and move forward against a Gao within a certain distance, right? I think there's a lot that Rashid can do if the conditions are right. And I think more often than not, like, when you talk about those conditions, Gao also has a counter for each of those conditions. He just has to react to it, or at least put himself in the right positioning to counter against it. So we'll see how that plays out. I think Higuchi going up against Rashid in general is a pretty good deal for the side of Saishun Gunso Kumamoto. So with that in mind, I think John also coming in from the hot seat. He's playing out of his mind, in my opinion. I think this is going to be maybe the first time we see Higuchi that's going to be like significantly checked.
Yeah, I think Higuchi having that new form, that, well, actually, I should say being back on form, it's going to be a big challenge for him. As you said, JT out here is cooking with this Rashid and is definitely super aggressive. Being able to keep up pace is something you have to do when you fight Higuchi. So we'll see what happens here. John Takeuchi says, Higuchi was looking on that last set, so I'll be careful not to lose. So he's definitely watching, taking down notes. Higuchi says the last game was a good one. I'd like to continue doing that. So previously, Higuchi had fought John Takeuchi, but that was when he was playing Jamie. He won, but that was when that was Jamie. Now that he has his main, he has his spirit animal that, you know, Justin Wong would say, he says players have a spirit animal character that they will always go to no matter how bad or good, and just work with that character and make them, you know, maybe even stronger than they really are sometimes, because that's their character, that's their choice. This is that character. It's Rashid. It wasn't really Jamie. So I want to see this run back with a new character and Higuchi now more confident with his Gao play.
I'm actually kind of curious to see what the initial action is going to be like for John Takeuchi, more so than Higuchi, right? Higuchi, he's been a little bit unpredictable with the way his approach has been, but I feel like for John Takeuchi, his setting of the pace will be everything for the type of character he's playing. So we'll see how this is going to play out. I'm very, very excited to see this matchup finally come to fruition. Here we go. Taking a look at the overall record, I don't think there's been a lot of chances for Higuchi to face off against any of the Rashids in at least Street Fighter League. So this is going to be a great test to his overall strength. Let's see if it happens. Game 1 between John and Higuchi.
Down, he's able to get the counter, he tries to drive rush forward, he backs off for the stand fierce, finds a shimmy the 3-piece, back in that distance where, you know, you get the command, the neutral, the sonic booms, those great normals, calls out the upside down kick. John Takuchi was definitely watching that match previously.
I like that check against the Sonic Blade. Very smart and well done from John Takeuchi. Oh! And the anticipation of the Arabian Cyclone mid-air from Higuchi, just as great of a rebuttal.
Perfect anti with the crouch fierce, trying to catch him with the crouching kick on the way down, but it's still one hit and the drive rushes in to get the win. Higuchi keeping it very compact, very tight, mid-range to close range. Perfect parry against that crouching light kick. He's been watching John Takuchi and how he plays.
There's the SR. What do you do about this? You can hold it, and the last second, yo, Higuchi tried to move as an option, perhaps. Oh. Gets clipped with the overhead as well. This is looking great for John Takeuchi, spending the drive gauge again. Trying to get out of the corner, perhaps. Higuchi, that is it. Lights out, at least for round 2. Fully stocked on the side of Higuchi. 1 bar to John Takeuchi's name to send off in the final round of game 1.
OD Sonic Boom gets a knockdown. He slides on in. The Sonic Blade, one of the better options, at least to get a side through. That means Higuchi will have to present something different in terms of zoning. Perfect pair to the gap. Keep caught up in the corner. Heavy mixer. The frame kill just gets a dash up, meeting jab. It's a mix up. OD is enough to get the kill. Did not expect that, not gonna lie.
Immediate timeout coming in from Higuchi. Like, you asked me the question, is a 40 ball possible? Listen, if John Takeuchi sets it off right, it might happen. It actually might happen. I thought maybe like somebody else would go up against like Inabashi perhaps. You know, I was thinking maybe Higuchi would face off against Inabashi, but Higuchi going up against John. This is looking kind of tough, man.
I just thought this would be way worse, to be honest. I honestly thought this would be way worse for John Takeuchi, but he just initiates so well. You know, we do see good things from Higuchi. He's like perfect pairing, like drive rush crouching light kick, which a lot of Rishi players, especially John Takeuchi, likes to present. He is finding gaps. He's just not being able to access damage. He's not being able to access that great zoning play. He's not throwing a lot of OD sonic booms. It's usually like blade or normal sonic boom. We're trying to go for these normals, and more often than not, he's not getting enough damage off these sequences. It's just corner carry from any conversion, any exchange from John Takeuchi's side, and he just gets nasty. We haven't really seen a lot of bust outs. No real OD flash kicks to my recollection at all from the side of Higuchi. So defense in terms of rotation hasn't really been that much. It's been blocking or getting hit meaty and nothing much. Haven't really seen backdashes preemptively. That would have got by crouching medium punch, but still no preemptive parries or even flash kicks. That's a staple of Higuchi. When he's confident, you see those flash kicks come through. It's like a little mini Daigo. Like he's like, if I'm confident, I'm gonna send those out.
Really exciting time, man, as they gear up for the second game. Again, if John manages to take it down over Higuchi, it might set it off for a potential 40 bomb. Will we actually go home early? Who knows, man. I personally don't want it because the night's still young, in our opinion, from the West. The night is way too young for it to be set off like that. And here we go. We'll see if John Takeuchi can write that story for DetonatioN FocusMe to kick it off, or will Higuchi find that rebuttal that he's been looking for? A lot of movement already from the side of John Takeuchi, egging on Higuchi to move somewhere, move forward, if you will.
Stand fierce, drivers cancel, crouching medium punch, sneaks it in. Medium mixer puts him up in the corner. He just has these moments of burst that work out, but nice call on the fireball. A lot of recovery on that sucker. Jump heavy kick. Beautiful answer, but he jump heavy kicks in against Guile.
That was a call out against the boom.
So far. Yeah.
You got to do it sometimes, right? You got to take those risks. And it was a punish counter against the tornado. Excellent awareness. Oh, Higuchi. He shook his head a little bit. Maybe he tried to do a level 1 and missed the input, perhaps. Oh, this is huge. Oh, he spends the level 2. There's the drive reversal. Into the level 2 himself. Isar.
He's playing around it. It's still there. He gets hit. And that's it. The follow-up. You see him walk back. He's like, I dare you to press a dang button. thought it was gone.
Really smooth from John Takeuchi. Dragon suplex, punish counter, he's locked in place. Higuchi, nothing of it afterwards. No pursuit, no overzealousness of offense. He's chilling. He's big chilling. He's throwing out fake booms. John Takeuchi doesn't care about it.
More OD Sonic booms from the side of Higuchi. I like this different look. It's harder to read here in terms of the rhythm of booms and buttons behind it. Backdash away from the drive rush back, heavy punch, not let it far. The anti-air's right there, and it's a super closer to burnout. And closer to death, the air-to-air is right there, and he falls! He doesn't even actually fall. Actually, did he fall on that? There's a flash kick follow-up?
No, he flash kicked him.
Oh, he flash kicked right after. I thought he...
Yeah, he flash kicked right after. It was an anti-air. It was a counter hit force knockdown.
Oh, I didn't see the force knockdown. Still the follow-up, the awareness though from Higuchi. There's the flash kick, OD addition. He's activated. More defense. And a lot more anti-airs, well spaced too as well. The crouch fierce is working out.
Great block from John Takeuchi. Oh, just in time. Oh, but he puts himself into burnout. I think that's fine with him. Sorry to follow it up. No way. Oh, and he beats him on again just like he did with Shuto. That's enough damage. Damn, the conversions off of these SRs. This is going to be the telltale sign for Detonation FocusMe to step on the gas. Way to start things off momentum-wise. And also another perfect way to finish it off with that SR. What did we talk about? St. Cole had mentioned the win condition of setting off the SR. It puts you closer to that end goal more often than not. It's something a lot of these players have to be worried about. That SR was everything for John Takeuchi in both rounds, for the big conversions, forcing a lot of players to make these errors, whether it's a throw tech or movement, and him recognizing those situations, John Takeuchi slingshotting the SR towards the opponent's depth.
It's his control around it. Sitting it out, he's got control around it. He controls the people around it too as well. You know, a lot of people might get upset and say, well, this is too strong of a move or something like that, but the way that he puppeteers that SR, and the way that he works towards it too as well, yes, Rashid builds up a lot of bar, but you can see that he's getting aggressive so he can build up bar. He goes for the knockdowns, gets the situations off, and he's holding on to that bar for the right time. Expert play. It's really just honestly expert play. That's not a fun matchup overall. It's really not a fun matchup for Rashid to have to deal with, just in general. I'm baffled right now at how JT is playing these matchups that are not so good for Rashid, counteracting against his characters that have better range, have things that the character has to deal with. He either initiates a party off right, use the right sort of buttons when he drive rushes in for the plus frames. I'm sorry, I'm skipping over the stats because I'm freaking out. JT is on something different right now.
I think his range is comparable, right? There's like a lot of outstanding normals that Guile does have, low medium kick, obviously, forward fierce, back fierce, upside down kick, etc., even regular roundhouse, whatever. I think John Takeuchi or like Rashid actually has normals that can kind of contest and also limbs that are far enough to kind of stop booms, but that wasn't even the play, I feel like, for John Takeuchi. He made some very risky reads on some of the sonic booms and wasn't deterred from it also. Like, he got anti-aired a couple of times over. He even got shut down with a big counter hit from Higuchi into a like juggled flash kick, right? That killed him. That didn't deter him whatsoever. He was still very confident in his abilities. And also, I like the fact that he put himself into burnout for the sake of the anti-air to set up for the win condition of the SR. I think his recognition and his game sense of what can happen afterwards was top-notch over Higuchi. But just for this day, and that's a crazy thing to say because it could be back and forth, but today, John Takeuchi is the one to make Higuchi bleed, and that is truly a big statement because Higuchi, he's been the man season after season. Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 6, he's been the man.
Bring Nemo. He's coming! Nemo! Nemo is going to fight! Itabashi, listen, on paper, this is a good idea, but for the lore, for the storyline, this had to happen. We prefaced it when we came in. These two rivals, these two leaders of their teams are going head to head, and I honestly think this will determine so much. If Itazan takes it here, it might be looking dark. It might be looking long for the side of Seoul. Look at this man. He is in pain having to go toe to toe with this grappler.
You have no idea how much I want to tweet this out. You have no idea how much I want to tweet this out. Man, I'm literally saying it right now. I'm like, if only you could see what me and St. Cola see between Saishun Console versus DetonatioN FocusMe, man. You can't imagine how happy I am to see this exact matchup happen. And of course, the pregame interview is always going to be ecstatic too. Obviously, we had Inabashi saying his piece. He came! He is detesting Zangief for no reason. I'm going to punish him for that. See, obviously, like, there is beef between the two just based off of the play style and character selection, but it's all fun and jest, right? Like, these guys, I'm sure they don't hate each other. But I gotta ask you, like, is it worth it? You know what I mean? Like, do you think, like, he really is trying to make, like, an actual statement, JP versus Marisa? Like, does he really feel like he needs to come up to this matchup and play?
I think he has to. I think he can't go up against Fudo again. And I don't know if Kabe, at least right now, considering how many points they don't have, should come up. So at this point, I think he had to come up. Like, he definitely, I don't think he can fight Fudo the way that he is right now with his lacking defense. He don't got it like that. So there was no other choice, it feels like. And we talk about the strategy on the home and away side of things. These wayside players, they can call out other players. We saw it last time, this very day. We saw it yesterday. You put a player up, they're going to have to do things to fit around your characters, even though you're on the away side. And honestly, when it comes down to it, JP against Marisa, not that bad for JP. Not gonna say that he, cleans her out, but overall though, not that bad. However, there's another aspect of this. These two know each other. They play each other quite a bit. I was at the salty suite at Evo, despite the smack talk that Itazan told me prior about Nemo. They were still running sets. They were locked in the entire time, but there's so much history behind this. There's so much behind this. This is not just a matchup on paper. Now you got to worry about how Itazan's going to play against you. He's going to do the nastiest things. Maybe same the side of Nemo. Oh, this is too much, bro. This is too much. I'm getting a noise complaint 100%. I haven't been holding back, but it's 120% now.
If there's any reason to get kicked out of a hotel, it's for this very reason. I think people should applaud that. Maybe that'll be a meme of itself. Like, you imagine if you had to get kicked out of the hotel like right now. Like, you'd have to broadcast from your phone. I think that would bring even more hits. I don't know. Potentially.
Potentially.
I'm down.
It wouldn't be the most professional thing, but you know what? They're going to have to hold that. You have to tune in.
We work with what we're given. You know what I mean? And that's exactly what Nemo's doing as well. He talked about it earlier. The rest of his pregame interview, he talked about Itazan not using the character Zangief. He doesn't want to lose to someone like that, but he's going to work with what he's given. And it's going to be the Marisa. So we'll see how much practice he's had against the character, truly, but more so against the player. Here we go.
Nemo, one for the ages, a generational bout. Starts it off with standing kick and gets the ghost slash. Pierce as well. Departure is out and about. You're locked in the corner.
Explosion number one. Drivers forward. Explosion number two. Drivers forward again. No, it's going to be Rodriguez. Explosion number three. That's it.
Oh, deader than dead. No amnesia, no problem.
All it took was a stick of dynamite in the hands of Inabashi Zangief. Oh, we'll take that reset.
Make us with these fireballs every so often. Get some of these normals off. You gotta be careful. Inabashi running out of bar. Walk up, throw a punish counter, so he's out. Drive impact, gets a splat. What's after this? Fierce, OD, Pierce. Another departure, the back dash, stay solid. Drive rush overhead. No, anti right there. He actually gets jumped in on it, crossed up.
And fold! That's one. You can actually still do this, especially with critical art. Those frames. Oh, that could have been a huge unfold also as a punish counter. The trade-off is there, luckily for Nemo. Survives another round despite staring death into the face. That could have been one explosion to death for sure.
It still happened too. Get that bar at the bottom, carry, get that corner carry. Marches out, thanks for the fireballs. I haven't seen a single smile come from Inazbachi's face at all. Drive rush, crouching medium punch, not staying fierce this time. Back to bunker, but finally the MDG comes through the clutch. He's out of there. He's got level 3 as well. Level 2, but that's
win, level 3!
He's gonna get that win! Oh wait, no, the flip up, he's still ready!
God.
No shot, no shot. Vicious, no shot.
Inabashi following the momentum of the John Takeuchi that he set for the captain.
These preemptive parries. Might be seeing a throw. There it is right there. All right. Forward heavy kick just lurching forward. The forward momentum on that button is fantastic. Win it, bro. That wasn't even a conversion. What was going on?
That was a little bit too antsy, right? He's just trying to get out of the corner. Ah, no, you cannot snap in front of him like that. A lot of players actually think there's moments of free departure. No, more often than not, people can just drive rush forward as a reaction and punish it accordingly. Inabashi was absolutely ready for it. Look at that match point now. This could set the tone right now if he wins. Oh, no way.
I like that drive rush, Gladys. He's presenting so many different looks after these drive rush situations. Stand pierce, crouching move punch, Gladius. All right, the knockdown though. Gotta get more of these sequences if you are Nemo. The combo gets a knockdown, drive rush. Amnesia comes out to save the day. There it is right there.
Down target combo. Forward throw punish counter. One more sequence. He's gonna get it! Inabashi's ending 2-0 against Nemo. This could be a potential 70-bomb game.
I just want to apologize right now for even mentioning that. I don't know if I spoke it into existence, but man, oh man, it could happen. It could happen. So it could happen to you. Oh my God, he gonna hear about this even if they don't win. But regardless, this is a big win for Team DetonatioN. This is huge.
This is true. This is true. He's gotta walk up to him and give him a handshake after this, right? That's gotta happen. See, that's the thing. Like,
he's still.
Pride got in the way, in my opinion, man. Like, despite Nemo and JP, like I understand like what the matchup dynamic could be like, but I think Kabe would have been in a fine situation. JP versus, or sorry, Marisa versus Ken. I think Kabe would have been a stronger suit for that matchup, to be honest with you. That's tough. This literally sets you up for the 70 because of the fact that Fudo is lying in wait as the anchor. Ladies and gentlemen, you asked the question, and I responded in kind. I said, listen, if they keep to this exact strategy and these conditions are met, it might happen. And guess what? We're looking at like maybe like an 85% chance or higher of Fudo taking it all the way down. And this is a scary sight to see. Not a lot to really talk about in regards to the stats. Obviously, you know, we're not going to see a lot of these, either of these characters really take to the skies as much. And with how explosive both characters can be, like Marisa doesn't really need to get throws off. JP, he can work wonders getting a couple of throws against Marisa, but sure, that's not the ideal place he wants to be. So hence why we don't really get to see a lot of throws, interactions, etc. Even with the drive impact department, we're not going to see a lot of that. So the tail of the tape is not going to be said through the stats. You had to watch it. You had to be there. And Inabashi, he was definitely there, man. He was explosive off of the first round. And there was a couple of hindrances, I feel like, for Nemo. Nemo was a little bit antsy on movement, in my opinion. I think he was just trying to get out of the corner as soon as possible. I think that's what really messed him up. And Inabashi took full advantage of that.
think additionally, that, the defense getting blown up too as well. It's just not really working out. We saw a couple of them working out, but towards the end, getting called out and crumpled. And part of that is I know how this person plays, and that weighs upon Nemo's mind. And now, what weighs upon Soul's mind is it's up to Shuto to save the day. Now, historically, Shuto has taken down Fudo twice. Historically, that has happened. But this is the playoffs, and this is different. And I think, honestly, this is a different Fudo, bro. This is a Fudo that's been traveling around the world, that's been seen as one of the best players, not only in just Japan, but overall. And we'll study immediately. After he lost to Shuto, I watched his stream. He was literally streaming for 9 hours, bro. He had the stream up studying how to fight this character plus more. He was grinding out right after Street Fighter League. It was insane. This dude is a lab rat. So if you're Shuto, you gotta be a little shook. That is if he comes up. I have to assume that it's Shuto that comes up. I have to assume it's Shuto. There's no way Kabe comes up.
No, Shuto's definitely coming up. He's looking primed and ready. He's sitting up straight in his chair, and I rarely get to see that from him, even on his stream. My man's got the posture.
Vicious. It might come down to this. It might come down to this, brother.
Oh,
this could be the last game. We could be on a quick one.
Ah, man, listen, I used to be a real nerdy numbers guy, right? Like I was an accountant, right? I would kind of like take note of the stats and whatnot for a lot of Street Fighter games in general. Also, I don't ever see Fudo fall into somebody twice over too often, especially in this type of situation. I think we might have ourselves our 70-point ball game. I don't mean to jinx it, but like Fudo falling short 3 games straight against Shuto in what, week 8 most recently? That's a lot of data. That's like the most modern version of Shuto that we could ask for. The most up-to-date version, not like the control style. The most up-to-date version of Shuto that we could ask for. I think this is kind of dangerous. This is treading pretty murky waters, I feel like. I don't know, man. I think if we see a full blowout, I'm going to blame you. I'm going to go immediately to Twitter and blame you. I'm totally kidding.
You know what?
Totally kidding.
You might have to, because as I spoke it from my mind, I was like, wait a minute. This could happen. The way they're playing, how things have been adding up. And even though this matchup, some of them recent players do think it's not that bad to fight DJ. There's still some things that he presents as a character overall. They're difficult to deal with. That sway play. Yes, forward medium punch, forward heavy kick are really good options. They lurch forward to catch that sway preemptively. And just if he wants to backdash or hide whatever he wants to do, those are good options. But if he hits you with that punish counter, he can dump out somewhat equal damage comparatively to two-touch Teresa. The OD fireballs, or the fireballs in general, if you have a really good fireball game, it is kind of hard to just simply do the Superman punch through. It's hard to get those calls with the fakeness implemented every so often. And I think Fudo has the best fireball game, along with everything else, obviously with his character, DJ. But I think he has the best fireball game out of every DJ player. And when the last time we saw him play, he was a lot more pensive. It felt like he lost his momentum and he didn't know how to get it back and get aggressive. I haven't seen that from him in a long time, just in general. As we mentioned, he's a lab rat. He has gone back to lab immediately after that happened. He was in a stream. He was figuring things out. I'm agreeing with you on the stats, on the history, and how Fudo had at some points been the bridesmaid, never the bride, and had to work hard to claw up to get his victory and get a big win at some of these tournaments. He is not the type to stay down that long.
Definitely not. That terrifies me. It genuinely terrifies me. I'm actually... Ooh, I didn't prepare my sleep schedule for this, Holo. I didn't prepare for a 7-0. Like I was already hyped up and ready to go all night long. If you're gonna bust me up for this matchup, it's gonna be kind of crazy. But we'll see. We'll see. This is potentially the 70 bomb of dreams, essentially, man. You know what's also kind of wild to see DetonatioN FocusMe in the grand final scenario? This hasn't even been seen. Like Inabashi's team, the last time they were in this kind of spotlight was the very first season of Street Fighter League, for Street Fighter 5, right? They won that season in the same route that they did, like coming in from like the loser side. So maybe history will repeat itself. I can't even get my words out. I'm so excited for it, to be honest with you. But yeah, we'll see, man. Fudo, he's geared up. He's ready.
I'm with you, man. This whole day I've been jittery, excited. I didn't even sleep before this. I just stayed up because I want to see some great Street Fighter, and it's been delivering all the way through. Now, unfortunately, that may mean it ends quickly. Either way, I'm going to be happy. No, I lied. I'm not going to be happy. I want to see more games. I want to see more games. But honestly, if Fudo is able to overcome his team in that issue, though, there is a great story with that. Again, going back to how he does not like to lay down, he will not lay down. He has not lost to good people historically, continuously. In fact, there was a time where he fought Daigo. Daigo won, and then right after that, Fudo got that victory. We'll have to see. Shuto did say previously in Street Fighter V, he was born from the womb to take down Fudo. That has not changed. That's been in his DNA. We saw it in Street Fighter 6. This could potentially be the final game. Fudo versus Shuto. Let's get it.
Oh my God, already swinging with a big punish counter with punish against Fudo. That's unfold number one. You're gonna drive rush forward on this bad boy. The Gladiator's trying to bait something out. I think that's one of the bigger weaknesses that DJ has. He has a lot of normals that can be far-reaching, a little bit troublesome in the neutral, but they are all single strikes with a lot of recovery behind it, right? So it could be a little bit problematic. We'll see. Shuto already off to a very aggressive start. Fudo, he has to reassess. He's backing up. The punish counter with the heavy slash is not going to lead to a lot, but at least pushes Shuto back away from him to get his party started. Drive rush forward again. No, it's going to be air slashers. A lot of the fireballs to even things out against Shuto. Oh, not anymore.
Perfect parry. Right against that Superman punch. Jump fears. Nice anti right there with the crouch fears. Fantastic way if you can call that out against the knee drop. Back to neutral. No drive rush forward. Gets the hit, the punish counter. That should be enough. The super of all things to seal it. He didn't have any drive gauge to seal the deal, so he goes to his other bank to finish it off. It was in the savings. Drive gauge.
Oh,
getting depleted. Calls out the sway play.
What?
No
Are you
shot.
serious?
This character can back heavy kick cancel into sway. You gotta be kidding me.
Into the low for the juggle? That's insane. That's actually insane. This character's sick. Oh, but his character's dead. This character's actually really dead. This character's actually really, really dead. God damn. Now you know history, baby. Shuto. He got the 4 letters to his name. He got the 4 letters at least to the on the bar up above. He got the SA and the CA. Damn. In the bag.
Oh,
nice. Very well done.
The whole alphabet. Good stuff here for Shuto to seal the deal, not dissuaded by the goofy things the character may present. And honestly, there are some good change-ups from the side of Fudo, a lot more fireballs and fake-outs. I feel like that was an option we saw continuously when he was playing Shuto previously. A lot of air slashers. The pokes really good too as well. It's just Shuto's spatial awareness is next level. He just, in how he understands, like, immediately, okay, I don't have any bar for drive gauge. I'm going to hit you with the super to seal it. He's willing to be versatile with the bar at the bottom, too, as well. A lot of Marisa players will hold on that bar like it's their own child and wait till it's a level 3 situation to get the kill. Not Shuto. He is versatile as hell. This is real good here from Shuto. He's changing the game a little bit and how he's playing against the likes of Fudo. Also, Superman punch against the sway play. Usually it's like forward medium punch or forward heavy kick. Something different. I like that from Shuto. He's evolving too.
Yeah, you kind of hear even the commentators talking about Magnum Bunker also being a little bit problematic. Being able to get these big swings from Shuto that leads into like Magnum Bunker also can be a little bit problematic. So I'm curious to see what the rebuttal is going to be like. I think Fudo obviously playing out of his mind. He's had some big conversions, also checking down the anti-airs, but I feel like Marisa, again, takes a little bit less to achieve her win condition. It could be a little bit pricey, though. Like, sure, it costs a lot of drive gauge forward, but she hits so damn hard. It feels like she hits so much harder in comparison to DJ, and he already hits hard enough, right? So that's truly a feat.
I wonder if it has to be an attack on drive gauge then. You know, the old style Fudo, just trying to kill the drive gauge as much as possible. And trying to eliminate her from having all that bar. She's a thirsty girl to get Oki, to be able to have these extensions and things like that. It's well calculated from the side of Shuto. That's why he's able to dump all the damage that he is so continuously. I wonder if there might be a methodology to eliminate that drive gauge. We go for supers here and there. Maybe pepper in a lot more of the Sobots. It is risky to do so, but eliminate that drive gauge on block whenever you can, and then hopefully make Shuto want to go for these preemptive parries. He can just walk up and throw.
That's hard, man. Like, the thing is, right, Maurice has armor. That armor could easily blow up any of the Sobots, right? And it's like very low risk, I think, you know, throwing out some of the gladiators against something like that, too. Damn, he made him flinch. He got how much for flinching? That's a lot of damage.
2 on the arm and like 5 on the leg right there. In the corner, this is...
Yeah, it feels that way, yeah. 2 on the arm, 5 on the leg. That's the new count, yeah.
Back in the corner you go. Interrupts the drive rush. Trey doesn't want to have to overextend right here. Doesn't need to really to get the win. The drive reversal. Offensive style step with the corner route. And then he drive rushes in with the stand heavy kick to seal the deal. Fudo off to a more aggressive start with drive rush light punch as his starting point.
Ooh. Oh, no. Good reaction to an air slasher. Shuto starting things off pretty aggressively on his own accord. I think, you know, Shuto also looking at... Oh, what was that interaction?
What? She fight her demons? Why he's there?
What was that? I've never seen that interaction before. I think it's because DJ normally has like a floaty jump. So he wasn't all the way on the other side yet.
Shuto, not fretting. Has a couple in the corner. Superman punch lands again. Magnum bunker. We talked about that being bad. He's in burnout. You gotta be perfect here. Sweep off the feet with a crouching medium kick. The sway play, not landing a punish counter. Oh my God, the sway again. He lets it rip. The massage parlor.
Damn, buy one, get one free? I like that. I'll take that deal any day of the week. But again, we talked about that sway being such a problem from closer ranges. It's like, I think Logan Sama said it the best. He treats that normal, or he treats that special move essentially like a horizontal dive kick, right? You can catch a lot of people trying to counter poke with that exact mechanic, and it leads to so much damage. Back throw, you got to do it. You got to keep him contained. You tried to armor through it. The punish counter is there. OD jackknife.
Interrupts the drive rush. Crouching medium punch as a stuffing point. Cancel, try to go for the command grab, but Fudo steps ahead, jumps out. Meaty fireball with a pushback. In burnout, doesn't matter. Make that brain splatter immediately with that push. But here's the ODDP. They're both the burnout.
Oh, he tried to end the air. It's the trick. Very, very fortunate for Shuto, actually. Stuff that just cool out of here. Set him down. Watch out for that unfold. It's going to be a normal throw instead. Drive us forward again. Immediate tech throw from Fudo. Driving up. Yes, sir. After that. No, he dropped a critical moment. Kid level 3 now. You're dead. You're dead. Better than dead for sure. What an extension from Shuto. Very fortunate. That's 2 games to his name off of very, very unusual errors from the side of Fudo. We rarely get to see those type of drops.
Really? He's on point. Man, oh man, this is the problem. Any of these drops do just so much damage, and someone like Shuto will be so ready to make sure that you pay for any mistake that you do. And it felt like Fudo has such a good grasp of the matchup now. With better the sway play, you know, that horizontal dive kick, being able to be so annoying, close range, and then just these weird exchanges happen that are just given to Shuto, and he takes it. I mean, you know, you have to be a high-level player to take these things as they're given to you so continuously and have the bar and the resources ready to make the most of these moments.
Could this be the rebuttal, I feel like, for Saishunkan Soul Kumamoto? What's really difficult about this, let's say Team Soul manages to get this W with Shuto, right? They reset the set, going into match 3, but they're on the away side, right? That's going to be a tough hill, because they'll have, like, what, the 20-point deficit, if I'm not mistaken, 30 to 50 potentially. That's gonna be so difficult to try to come back from. But I mean, it's better than dead, to be honest.
That's true. Better than 10 and leaving with barely anything in your pocket, which could happen here. Still, it could happen. It's still not over. You know, I do like the round starts from Fudo a little bit better. Try for slight punch. Change-up has been more difficult to read. It's just these certain burst moments, even outside the airs. Like we saw the drive impact against the air slasher, close enough to let that rip. It's just Fudo having to be careful about, feels like every option that he utilizes, because everything feels like it could be a mistake. A bad Sobot could be a mistake. A bad fireball could be a mistake. A bad DP could be a horrible mistake. And of course, Shuto, again, being so resourceful, having that bar at the ready at all moments, will dump out the damage enough where you lose most of your health for trying to play the game, which is crazy again to say, as you pointed out. This character, DJ, could definitely do something similar, but the moments are given to him. Either way, this could be the win here for Shuto. He's on game point.
So hard to tell what the approach is going to be for someone like Fudo right now. Punish counter, man, Shuto's been anticipating a lot of the parries from Fudo, and also Fudo is trying to do reversal something. I don't know what exactly that was, but it got him clipped for hefty amounts of damage. Not even a punish counter coming in. He baited out the throw correctly. Fudo just wasn't ready for it. Shuto looking at match point to reset.
This is looking dominant once again. Shuto in his DNA. So I was born to defeat you. Try to get that Sand Piercer again. The sway, try to find a little bit of a reset.
Punish.
Oh no, not what you wanted. Sand Pierce, follow up, going to the corner. Double, jackknife on point, waiting for the stance cancel, gets a grip. He's understanding his wake-up decisions. He did not catch that one though. The reversal jab. Let's get the OEDP right here.
I'm starting to see that rebuttal from Fudo a little bit itchy on the trigger when it came to the first round, but this one a lot more calm and collected. I like that. Pressure with the drive rush immediately, trying to check the defense from Shuto. Can't handle such fast-paced gameplay. Forward throw keeps him locked in place. It is a hard knockdown. Air slasher, Shuto backs away.
I like those air slashers ever so often. At some of these sequences, trying to kill that gauge. The fake outs now, just trying to establish some different sort of neutral, different sort of looks. Oh, gets hit the Superman punch. ODDP against a drive rush. Still the bar at the bottom splashes. It might not be the last if you get hit. The perfect parry. Corner carry. No, did not run the conversion. He wanted another drop. Again, another whip. The Gladius into level 3. Love to see some corner carry. Do a lot of things here. Drive rush forward, heavy kick.
You can bait.
Walk up crouching, medium punch.
Drive rush and feint. No, he goes swinging. The big jump back from Fudo. He actually can kill right now. 100% can kill right now. That's critical hard damage, baby. Shuto making a critical error. Yeah, most definitely gonna kill, no matter what. And Fudo, a little mini pop-off. He wasn't even sure about it too. His teammates were reassuring him, but he still kept the headset on. Shuto, a little overzealous, trying to end it all with an enfold. And going right back into it.
Really?
No congregation of the teams, no timeouts here. We're going in. This is do or die time for Saishun Console Kumamoto.
Yeah.
Damn, what a swing.
Stand here, start up the party, charge up. Glad he's on this man's wake up. That Superman punch, he finds a punch against a sway. Rare to see that stampede punch reaches so far than you might expect.
Oh, that's
trade, yeah. Still caught up in the corner.
Saving Shuto at the very, very end of it. Looking at match point yet again. Swing with the baseball bat. There'll be a punish counter, and that's like that. Wouldn't attempt to parry. OD jackknife, what a risk.
Some reward for some distance, but Shuto gonna work his way right back in. He's looking for options to caught this way. Jump heavy kick or medium punch once again. We see a lot of slide anti-airs from the side of Fudo. Let's get the counter jab starter. This leads into so much. Corner carry too as well. Anti right there with the back heavy kick. He said, I got those. Don't worry about that. Gets a grip. Breaks up with a stand medium punch. Target couple. Are you kidding me? Finds the overhead. You are almost dead. One more conversion. Both with that in fold. He's looking to get that kill and save his team. Oh, he DP the bust out. Are you kidding me? Fudo. Shuto. Final game, final round. This could be the end of Seoul.
Shuto's falling for that. Oh no! He fell immediately into the air slasher. This drive rush punish counter is everything for Fudo. Is he gonna spend it? He's not. Punish counter against, what was that? Maybe a parry? Back-to-back throws. He can take full advantage of him here in the corner. He can throw as many times as he wants. He backs away. John's gonna be destroyed.
Now the knockdown. Walks it out. You know, Overson to get the win. Perfect parry. Knockdown once again. Uto can make the return over seat. This could happen.
Has been so weary of the OD jackknife as well. No way. What was that? He didn't press the button after that. This is a lot of damage. They need to drive rush forward for the extension. He could enfold him if he wanted to, but no, it's the checkmate. Shuto brings the reset. Is there enough damage? Yes, there is. Level 2 off of the forward heavy. Shuto pop it off.
Fudo, that was your game to win. You had the resources. She had no level 3. What was that super? What was that super? As Jarvis would say, you absolute salesman. Man, what was he looking for?
I can't even imagine. I can't even assume what he was looking for. Maybe he thought it was gonna be like a dash forward into like a normal. But Fudo bet it all. He bet it all off of that critical hit. And then panic.
So strange. But either way, once again, it's not about how they drop. It's also about how you pick up the pieces and make something of it. Shuto does so, and his team stays in. Oh my God, what a match. But once again, very, very odd, problematic things from Fudo throughout, though. Gotta imagine there's a different future where that super didn't live, or he didn't even use that super in the first place as a rebuttal, any other button, or even a DP. I'm not sure why, but Shuto will happily take that soul.
I'm also very surprised, like out the gate, that Fudo decided not to spend any of the cash to establish such a dominant pace. Like, I get it. Like he did pretty well for himself immediately afterwards. Like he got a couple of throws, kept him in the corner. The life lead was so drastic between the two. And I totally get it. Like if you were to think about if Fudo had spent the level 3 early, if Shuto finds a way to rebuttal, you won't be able to really build a reversal for yourself outside of an OD jackknife. So I think that was appropriate. I could get his line of thinking of like not spending the meter early, just to keep it as a threat, which is something that's been developing in the meta lately. But it's so hard to even talk about the stats right now. Like get it out of my face right now. But all jokes aside, the anti-airs, we talked about it from Shuto. Not something that's going to be highlighted because DJ can be a little bit tricky to navigate against, especially with how slow the limbs can come out from the side of Marisa. Obviously, the tech throws, we see how important that is. 4 out of 13, 31%. But also can be said the same from Fudo. I think Fudo was a little bit parry happy in the very early stages of that set. Obviously, one of the big things we highlight, and this is not a character weakness, this is a player weakness, 6 for 6 in OD reversals from the side of Fudo. Like Shuto has just not managed to make the appropriate reads against some of these OD reversals. He's fallen short a little bit, even from like playoff day 1 when he faced off against, I think he was playing off, let me see, against Moke and Chun-Li. Those OD Tensho kicks is what really messed them up and got those 2 Ls. That happened, actually 4 Ls overall, but this is how it looks like, man. 50 to 30 in favor of DetonatioN FocusMe. They were looking like it was smooth sailing for a 70 bomb, but Shuto saving the team, keeping them alive, yo. That is amazing. Amazing work from the previous set he had against John Takeuchi, making a full recovery and taking advantage of the man on fire. Really, Fudo has been on the hot button for a while, actually, like 2-3 months. Every single World Warrior win that he's accumulated, every single like performance that he's shown off. It's been kind of crazy.
It's been kind of wild to see him have those mistakes. You know, seeing those DPs that they were so picture perfect made me think that maybe he should have kept just running that option against some of these drive rush things that he had mistakes on. But either way, that's neither here nor there. What's going to happen is we're going to see the switch up in terms of the home and away side. Now that means that the home side will be for Detonation, the away side for Saishun Kanso Kumoto. There were 30 points, 50 points for Detonation. This means it's still an upward battle for Seoul. They're still lacking in points, and they're in the away side, so to put up the characters and players first, that's going to be detrimental. This all leads to Capcom Cup. We're all trying to get there, hit that grand finals, and see who's going to be the best in the land of Japan. And we'll be moving on to fight the US and the EU teams as they conclude their Street Fighter leagues. If you haven't seen those, make sure to catch up. I have to catch up personally. I am definitely lacking in watching those, but I've definitely seen a lot of clips, and it's been entertaining, to say the least, especially alongside how the meta has been progressing in different regions. And comparatively to Japan, I want to see who's going to take that victory. But we have to get there. We're in the playoffs still. We're still trying to figure out who's going to be fighting FAV Gaming. Right now, the lead is Detonation, but we'll see who gets that victory. Hey, but make sure to sign up. These players will also be able to go out there to the LCQ. They'll be able to go and hang out, not only play against the other teams, but have a chance to dance at the LCQ if they're allowed to go early. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure they'll try to plan around that because there is only one spot remaining for that last chance qualifier. That is why it's a last chance qualifier. It's going to be super sick to see. What's also super sick to see is this action coming up. We're going to have more. After this break, you do not want to miss a single set. This may be the finale in the end of one of these teams. People, do not go anywhere. Maybe to get some snacks, but come right back because, again, more Street Fighter coming your way.
カプコンカップ10の詳しい、開始スケジュールや会場観戦チケットの購入方法、LCQ のエントリーに関しましてはぜひ公式サイトをご確認ください。激闘を制し史上最高額の賞金とストリートファイター6初代最強の称号を手にするのは誰になるのか、王者誕生の瞬間を皆さん一緒に見届けましょう。そして開催延期となっておりましたカプコンプロツアー2023日本大会ですが、こちらは日本時間の来年2024年1月6日から7日、土曜から日曜日での開催が決定いたしました。大会日程変更に伴って、エントリー受付を日本時間1月1日お昼12時まで再開しております。新たな組み合わせ表に関しましては日本時間1月4日16時の公開を予定しております。スト6の大会シーンを観客としてでなくプレイヤーとして体験してみるのもいかがでしょうか。エントリー等の詳細は公式サイトをぜひご確認ください。エントリー方法が分かりづらいという方は YouTube カプコンファイターズ JP で公開されているカプコンプロツアー2023ワールドウォリアー日本大会エントリー方法の説明動画をぜひご覧になってみてくださいね。こちらワールドウォリアーというタイトルになっておりますが、オンラインプレミア日本大会のエントリーの参考にもね、なります。まあほとんどね一緒というところで、参考になるかと思いますのでぜひチェックの方をお願いいたします。またカプコンプロツアー2023日本大会日本語実況ライブ配信に関しましても日本時間1月6日から7日土曜から日曜に実施いたします。詳細につきましては後日発表とさせていただきますのでこちらも合わせて楽しみにお待ちいただければ幸いです。お知らせは以上となります。この後ですね試合の方は再開となるんですが、ストリートファイターリーグを盛り上げていくためにですね無料配信をご覧いただいている皆様にお願いがあります。YouTube の、システム上ですね、皆様にクリックしていただく高評価数であったり、打ち込んでいただくメッセージこのチャットの数が、こちら番組拡大に大きな力を持っておりますので、ぜひですね積極的に、高評価そして、チャットでね一緒に盛り上がれればと思っておりますがどうですかハメちゃん
その振り
万ぐらい欲しいよね。
本当にじゃんじゃんね、やってほしいんですけど、高評価については、できれば奇数回という感じです
偶数回やるとね、打ち消しになっちゃうから
まあもう、やたらめったらやってください。
まあ目標数があった方がいいんで、まあ最低1万ぐらいはね皆さんだったらもう全然余裕だと思いますんでよろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
信じてます。この後ですね休憩を挟んで3巡目の模様をお届けしてまいります。それではしばし失礼いたします。
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to lock in now more than ever. It's the final set between Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto going up against DetonatioN. This time, we're switching things around again between the home and away positioning. We saw the amazing rebuttal coming in from the Saishunkan Seoul team. Man, I'm already flabbergasted just thinking about what's to come, right? We have 30 to 50 going on right now. What could have been a big 70 ball game from the side of Fudo off of a slight mishap, letting the level 3 rock a little bit too early. Erroneously, if you will, just banking off Fudo, making a mishap off of the forward movement. But again, this is where it is going to be really tough, I feel like, for the Saishunkan team, especially being the away positioning. Who do you personally want to send up, or actually see be sent up towards the player roster?
I'm going to say go full throttle. You only need 2 games to get that victory if you're DetonatioN. We're playing the 70. Remember, they've got 50. You only need 2 games. I want to see Fudo, John Takeuchi up immediately, expeditiously. Let's get Grizzly. Let's maul this team in its entirety and close it out. Don't take it to the anchor at all.
No, I meant for Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto, but I hear you.
Oh, my bad. I looked at the bottom. I was like, I already knew these cats. But for DetonatioN, I still want it to happen like that. No matter what would have came up, I still want DetonatioN to come up with their strongest, no matter what would occur, regardless.
I think that's fair, right? You're sending in Fudo like right off the bat. But you know what's funny? I think I don't want Nauman to play in the mirror match. I genuinely do not want him to play against Kabe. I think if you were to seal the deal now, Fudo or like John Takeuchi then Fudo, I think I would agree with. Just send both of those 2 in. Ooh, Fudo first.
That makes sense.
I think that's a different look. I like that different look because Higuchi's not going to fall for the same thing twice with the way that John's been playing. But now, I mean, like, obviously we're going to get to it immediately afterwards. Who would you send up against Kabe?
John Takeuchi. You send up the wild wind. You send him up to get that W. I think that there's a chance that Itazan could get that W. But if I really had to bet it on somebody to close it out, to take down Kabe, who is kind of wildly in that second position, who has to clutch it out for his team, because if he loses there, their team loses, right? So for Nemo to not be there is very telling, and Kabe having to have that pressure on his shoulders may help out no matter who he has to fight. But I'd rather have somebody who has been proven throughout the league today in terms of dominance. I need Fudo or John Takeuchi either or against the first and second positions. So I would like to have John Takeuchi up in that second position.
And it makes sense, right? Historically, if you're looking at the second half of the season, Fudo's taken down Higuchi twice over, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I think it was in an anchor position and also in a sudden death battle. I'm looking at the stats again. I think this was in section 3, week 3 is where they had met up. Actually, no, it was in a 1-2. So yeah, Fudo had taken down Higuchi 2-1, and then again in the sudden death immediately afterwards. So I guess 3-1, right? I think that's enough data for Fudo to really let it rip against the guy I'll play today. And also, it's not the first time they've encountered each other in the league, or sorry, just in general, right? They could have met each other in the league, but they've also met each other up in like one of the World Warriors as well. Higuchi didn't really find a lot of success in that matchup initially. I think it's going to be the same type of story. Like Fudo, especially with the way he had dropped against Shuto, he's going to keep it even tighter, right? He's going to keep a tighter shift going up against Higuchi's guile.
I think also the fact that Fudo has a better understanding of how to play that matchup. He went over to the Singapore event, has played like Knuckle, so he has more guile practice. It's not like cats like Daikoku don't work out in Japan and do work, or put guile on the map. But having more experience to fight Knuckle, Kaba, in a matchup that's kind of wildly for DJ, to have to understand how to break that down, you have more data after traveling. I do think Fudo is a very good pick. Even looking at that, he's even better pick than John Takeuchi. So Higuchi, though, I still got to go back to the fact that he's back to, when he's confident at least, how he used to play. One of the best Street Fighter players in the business. You know, hard to read for reversals. They're always on point. His conversion calculations are always on point too as well. You're prepared for Guile. No, you now have to prepare for Higuchi and his wild style. We go for the drive rush, overhead, double down with it, crouch beauty kick, the throws and things like that. Put you on the back foot, and then put you in burnout situations or checkmate scenarios that it's like 1 or 2 touches. It's still going to be a difficult thing. Even though I feel like Fudo has a big leg up on this matchup right now, I still feel like Higuchi will put him through his paces. Like, I don't think it's going to be easy one regardless. And even Fudo himself said, listen, I had a second to calm down. I was kind of freaking out. I probably overextended maybe when I shouldn't. But he's had a moment since the break to chill out, to reconvene, to get that W. I think Higuchi understanding the weight of what is going on right now will only push him further to get that victory. When clutch moments and it's dependent on him to get that win, I feel like he shines even more.
I can't tell you how I feel like your choice of words for that sentence could be any funnier with the current circumstances. But Higuchi taking his time out a little bit to get ready for Fudo. A lot of pressure and a lot of pushing indeed, but we're gonna see how that plays out. Kyle versus DJ. I'm very excited to see it, honestly. I'm really excited to see Fudo with the way he's been playing. It's going to be ecstatic, right? It's going to be like him pushing the envelope with the way that DJ can be played out in this matchup in particular. I think this is one matchup that I feel like he can excel at. I don't think there's a lot of bad matchups for both of these characters, right? But if I were being honest with myself, I think Guile has a slight disadvantage, 4.5 to 5.5.
Oh. Why do you think that? What do you think about this matchup?
I think there's a lot that DJ can do to stop the ground game effectively, right? I think the fireballs are just as potent, both medium and heavy air slasher. I think he does have the range to contest against a lot of the normals that stop forward momentum that Guile has. Obviously, we talked about the upside down kick. We talked about the Sobot a lot. He has a very interesting jump arc that allows him to make the correct reads on booms, or at least react to booms a lot better than most other characters, right? And to top it off, I think he's a great throw tech monster as well.
You know what? I've heard that from a lot of people. If not, 5-5, but either way, again, having that understanding of why matchups go, or just what to do in the matchup. Fudo has it. We talked about how he has played the best Guile players in the business, going up against Higuchi right now. Remember, if DetonatioN is able to seal the deal in this match, the next match, it is a wrap. He's doing a good job. There's that knee drop over the fireball.
Yeah. What a response against the block Sobot as well. And this is the kind of matchup we've actually seen this matchup over in the France premiere between Knuckle2 and Fudo, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, this is huge. He's not going to spend the rest of it. That's fine. You could set up for a blade. Yes, sir. Walk up. That's one of the biggest weaknesses that we've seen from Fudo this day. He's been showing off a lot of the that parry option and getting punished for it. More often than we've seen an actual perfect parry.
That's true. I mean, he kind of did that out in Singapore, a lot of preemptive parries continuously, and now people are catching on. He baits out the ODDP, however, now stumping out the damage. Throw. What's next? A dash up, exit throw, the sweep off the feet though. Fudo has a fat lead right now. Falls to the fireball.
Oh, I thought that was gonna be a pickup. Check the level 1. Set yourself up, dash up into the Sonic Blade. Oh, that is huge. What a bait out against the OD jackknife, just dashing up into the drive impact. I love that from Higuchi. Setting up for the solid puncher. There's going to be a lot of attack on the drive gauge. No, he was trying to bait something out from Fudo.
That gauge nice and healthy with the normal parry. Hopping over the fireballs too as well. Higuchi almost back in business. Using that super for defense. Forcing Fudo to back off for a little bit. Now he's healthy. Techs a throw again. His tech ratio is insane right now. Especially media kick. Finds the overhead as a shimmy. You're dead. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me.
Damn, you know what's crazy? Even if it wasn't a punish counter, best believe Fudo was going to be blocking low, right? He was going to be crouching for his life. 2 steps ahead of Gucci.
Something we talked about previously. Fudo has a target on his back. People are understanding this man's playstyle. He has been one of the best in the business, not only with DJ, not only in Japan, but as a top-level player. Oh, for a medium kick against the crouching medium kick. Another overhead.
Ah, a little overzealous with that. I like that option. Especially after a drive parry against, or sorry, a perfect parry against the jabs. I'll definitely take that. Whoa. What a conversion, too. And that's so smart. I think, Jesus, he's got it locked down. Noguchi's so good at getting his jab punishes to hurt, like to the maximum damage that he could potentially get, right? Crouching jab punish counter into the fears. And now aggressively starting with the drive rush forward medium kick.
Shimmy though off the crouch fears. Better buttons for that. OD flash kick again. When he's in his back, he's able to land these reversals. Perfect parry back though, puts him up in the corner. Higuchi has fall out of worse. Sobot strike throw. Actually, the turn is taken back from Higuchi. Needs a punish counter sonic boom. No follow up though. The bar's at the bottom. Who would want to say heavy kick might build it up for a level 3? We'll have to see. A lot of preemptive parries again from the side of Fudo. That might be a call a little later. The drive impact. He baits out for a super smart stuff from the side of Fudo.
Oh, he's dead. A very expensive round, but he's dead. We'll definitely take that. And I like the awareness too, knowing full well that if you cancel into the heavy air slasher, you will be susceptible to the drive impact. So I like him just buffering that out, getting that option out of the way just in case. Expensive, albeit, but he survives another round, right? Now he's going to have a lot of time to kind of rebuild at least a level 2, but it's really up to Gucci to try to force the issue. And this is fine. Like, even if he's nullifying the fireballs, Fudo is not building any meter off of it.
That's true. No meter, less options. The anti-air is right there, of course. He was already charging. Crouch
Man, these guys are slugging.
The DP double check. OD flash kick. Lands again. We haven't seen a single bait just yet. Bar at the bottom here. Trying to find an opening. Like to double up that damage and get the bar back in the green. Higuchi with the blades and sonic booms, switching up the timing too as well. Drive rush.
Oh my God.
Had to follow up the crouch fierce right back. It's Waffle House parking lot right now. The way they are swinging.
I mean, we're about to bring it indoors and start throwing some chairs, I feel like. The throw could have been everything for Fudo. The Sobot again check. No forward rush from Higuchi off of that punish counter. No link from the sonic boom. One single hit could still work for either one. Still taking his turn. Solid puncher.
Activation, yeah. See the bar is a little low. Dragon suplex. Faya booms. The super, it works out. Not enough to kill. 30 seconds on the clock. Both them burn up the tree. The bazooka knee sets this man free. Higuchi. Clutch. This man is peak.
God, dude. The check, so what really scared the hell out of me, both were in burnout, right? The check on the initial knee bazooka, I knew for a fact like Fudo was going to be able to contest it right with crouching jab. But going right back into the knee bazooka again for the counter hit, that was actually kind of crazy. I can't believe it worked out as a trade. I was nuts, man.
This dude,
What impressive decision making from Higuchi. Knee bazooka. Gets the trade. Knee bazooka again. Oh my God, that is huge for Team Seoul. Even like Haru and Hamako are just like, what the hell is happening? I've never seen them like taking Seoul back by this type of action, because they've seen it all. That's crazy.
Oh yeah. Bro, even before that, using the sonic booms like bait things out with the super. He made him throw out the air slash, hit him with the super right after to help kill that gauge and kill the character. Decision making leading up to that point. This game is so sick, bro. Like, come on, things like that, the meter management, taking other people's bar, insane. Oh man, such a good Street Fighter. And then we're gonna get even more as Soul takes the victory. Okay, all right.
My brain's gonna explode in a little bit. I can't even look at these numbers and give you a full story, but I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna try to. Higuchi, obviously really well versed in the anti-air department, but also keeping it really tight in terms of defense, right? The OD reversals paying off more often than not at 67%. The tech throws, obviously not getting a lot of opportunities to keep him shut down. Fudo has not a lot of opportunities to at least get the corner positioning nor throws. 3 out of 7 is something that's like, I feel like below average in regards to the throws that DJ gets or what follows afterwards, right? Like he's had a very blessed opportunity after throws to do either like plus frames, to do frame kills, to do another throw, etc. He has one of the more potent strike throw games in the business. So seeing it only at 3 for 7, that's pretty amazing for Higuchi to even deter that option from happening.
Did he get hit with one bay out on the reversal? My bad. I was mistaken about that, but more often than not, as you pointed out, the reversals were going and flowing, and Higuchi, well calculated in that match overall in terms of resources and everything, takes the victory. Now things I feel like have to be switched up for Team Detonation. I was like, yo, send up John Takuchi. Do we wait until the anchor match?
I mean, you don't have a choice. We're going the full distance. After that L from Fudo, we are automatically going the full distance.
Okay. That means later on we might be seeing a muscle match coming up as a mirror match at least. But, or we see Nauman, who's been waiting in the wings, who hasn't been able to play just yet. But that's later on. That's later on.
You know what? What's crazy is I like. Oh man, how can you put this 40? Actually, no. The way the point spread is currently, I don't think Nauman gets the. I don't know if Nauman's gonna be able to play. Is Nauman gonna be the one to take down Shuto? That's a tough call. That really is a tough call. I wouldn't want to do the mirror match in my opinion. I don't think that's gonna be like the best choice, really.
You know, I hear from both sides, Geef ain't that bad against Marisa. So, but on paper, I'd rather bet it on Ken. I don't know. That's a weird one. That's a very weird one. We have to get to a little bit later. They at least want the points right now using John Takeuchi. But I said that before with Fudo. I thought Fudo was going to take down Higuchi. It did not end up like that. Higuchi in his bag right now, looking different. Same could be said for Kabe. He might find his momentum. We saw him get that first victory right out the gate yesterday. Today, his first match could come through hot. He's a man of tech. He understands the lab more than most people. I have to imagine, even if he hasn't played this matchup a lot, he's got something for this character. I saw him find very minute punishes from Manan, and I know he don't run into Manan that much. I know he don't run into Manan that much to have these wild punishes. So I have to imagine that even if he doesn't play a lot of Rashid, he understands how to fight this character. Obviously, John Takeuchi, a different sort of beast, a lot more aggressive than the other Rashid players, I feel, and will take trades and do whatever it takes to get the bar built up for that level 2. But I don't think it's going to be free.
This is such a tough spot. Like, we'll focus on the now. We'll focus on the now. John Takeuchi versus Kabe, Rashid versus Ken. I think obviously this matchup is one that's uncommon. We're starting to see it a lot more in the wild, not only in the realm of a CPT, World Warrior, etc., but we also kind of see that in ranked in like, master levels pretty often. Ken obviously is a dime a dozen. Rashid is slowly coming out of the woodwork. He's getting fully developed, I think, sooner than most.
Yeah.
Which is kind of wild. I think we've seen the development of Rashid faster than we have of Lily, faster than we have of like Manon, perhaps, outside of the anomaly that is Idom. But I'm kind of curious to see what this interaction between these two are going to be like. Ken versus Rashid. On paper, I think the pressure that Ken presents against Rashid can be a little bit problematic, and I think Ken can stuff out a lot of the jump fierces can stuff out a lot of the anti-air attempts that Rashid can't have, even if like reacted or having the right reactions on time. We've seen it on a multitude of different tweets from Gachaku, from other players, and I honestly think Kabe could be pretty aggressive to shut down John, but we'll see, man. That Isar, once level 2 gets going, I think his reads on his opponent, John Takeuchi's reads with the Isar has been so on point.
Immaculate. It's almost been like the matchup don't matter. As soon as you get to see Isar out, you better hope you have the distance to drive reversal and you're not still caught up in it, or you block, or at the most take a throw if you're lucky, but then you're still getting pushed and dog walk to the other side of the screen where you don't want to be. So either way, it might be a matter of both these characters taking each other to the corner and doing what they do best. I do think that there's some things that you can do in the matchup. You know, I've been listening to Angry Bird talk about this matchup a little bit. He thinks it's about even. He thinks that Rashid can fight Ken. Because the buttons can go toe-to-toe a little bit in some of these ranges. The fireballs definitely can work out against the likes of Ken. His fireball pressure, Ken's fireball pressure, it's okay until OD is in play. That's when it gets real dangerous. So like normal fireballs, back and forth, not so bad for Rashid. The charge up also allows him to get in. I'm curious to see how Kabe is going to approach this matchup. When I watch his streams, I don't get to see him fight Rashid. I've seen him tinker around that character and understand what to do against him, but I've never seen him really throw down with the Rashid, at least a high level Rashid, especially not one of this caliber. I don't think I've ever seen these two fight in CFN or any of the replay channels at all. We're going to see it right now.
Yeah, if there's any sort of like advantage that one person can have over the other, is like the amount of practice with that certain skill level that John might have over Kabe. I think that's a very valid point, right? There's like a handful of different Kens that you could run to online, but there's such a small number of Rashids. I think there's only like 3 on a global scale that could fight at the level of John Takeuchi. And to be quite frank, I don't think John Takeuchi is the best Rashid, so that's an even bigger stake.
What? I think it was a mistake. The raw eagle spike. I definitely agree. I don't think he's the best, but he definitely has a good handle with this character enough where he has been such a big threat out here. Nice crouch mini kick, the stuff, that dash up. Oh, the jabs are coming through. Finds a drive rush right after it. Gets the knockdown. I like the focus again, this corner carry, but the ODDP is there. Gets him to back off for a little bit. The perfect parry against a Dragon Lash. Cannot do that. So many pros are so ready for that option. They fought a million kids. They know what to do.
Yeah, that combo was sick. Over the setup too.
Damn.
Kabe, it's either he wasn't ready for the block, either he was ducking, or he was preemptively holding north. That's a tough call. I'd have to check the CFN for that exact moment, but the defense, not quite there. I think what you had talked about earlier, just not having the matchup experience is really starting to dawn on Kabe.
Okay, nice. Crouching medium kick. Gets your hands tossed for the maximum amount of corner carry, and Oki, just a walk-up throw. This is where Ken can work. Stand fierce, stand medium punch, the throws as well. Very brave tech from the side of John Takeuchi, but the walk-up grip is still coming through. Nice cross-cut DP. You can't leave for free. Oh, if you would have bet it on a crouching mini kick, you would have got the shimmy situation.
Oh, what a fake
mix
out.
Of the side switch. Brother, Houdini, you can't even see me.
That was actually kind of dirty. He dashed up towards him, did the command flip, and got the full punish as a throw bait. That was actually kind of dastardly. This man, the babyface trickster, I feel like is not the appropriate title anymore. This man, he's juking people like a true villain. That was messed up.
Yeah. You know what's wild is I got hit with that just recently. My boy Brandon, he plays Rashid. He's been selling a lot of John Takeuchi. I get hit with that and I wake up, I'm like, that's so cheap. But John Takeuchi using the full effect at the very end to get the win. Very great play. And again, that inexperience of fighting this character is definitely coming through. You see the Ken things are working out. Yeah, crouching mini kick into drive rush, into corner carry out for an enhanced Tatsu. All that's there, right? But fighting it out in the corner on defense, when to go for parries, ODDPs and things like that, the bust outs, when to have to take these throws and when not to, that rhythm, it's not been established. There's none of that, it feels like, from the side of Kabe. Maybe you've had training in the lab, but when you have to fight someone, an actual person, actual player who is just running all over you, it's a different sort of beast.
Of course. No, without a doubt, when you put theory to the test, it's always going to be like way more high pressure, way more high stakes, especially in Street Fighter League, where it's like every win today is going to count. Yeah, that's definitely going to be like out of the question, right? You can't just like rely on what's going to be placed in front of you at the lab, or like in comparison, what you tested out in the lab in comparison to like what's going to be put in front of you. So there's no doubt that Kabe really needed this timeout to figure out what needs to really be assessed for the matchup. I think most of the time, like John Takeuchi, he's already in his bag. I think his offense is just fine. It's really up to Kabe to recognize some of the patterns where he can possibly interrupt before like the Arabian Cyclone comes out, or at least have better recognition of what happens post Arabian Cyclone, right? You could have the mix that could happen.
Right.
You could fuzzy guard it at the last second too. But forcing movement and trying to jump out of the corner will more often than not lead to getting smoked by a meteor, right? I think John Takeuchi's already recognized that, and he's slowly starting to put like the final nails on the coffin, at least for Kabe.
Could be. We'll have to see. I think if you're Kabe, you probably have the stress, as you mentioned, on being on the team. When I've talked to him on a stream, he said that is one of the most stressful things he's had to deal with, is having your team ride for you. I want Kabe to think about himself and only himself when he plays this match, like he's playing the World Warrior, like he's a super ultra deluxe Kim player that he is. That's the name of his stream title. He needs to go back to that sort of feeling to help, but that may not stop him from the rest of being oppressed by this character up in the corner. Nice walk up throw. Look at the confidence coming back here. Sweep, whip punish.
Kabe is the only one really utilizing that sweep from that distance as a whiff punish too. I really enjoy that, or at least consistently. There it is, the throw bait. It's all coming together after the Arabian Cyclone. Kabe has not found the right decisions, the right choices to make against that tactic, and John Takeuchi knows it. Yeah, overhead counter hit, more than enough damage. Yeah, even if he had the bar below with 2 rounds, or two bars to his name, he had enough drive gauge left in him. Yeah, it's tough. So the win condition is already there for John Takeuchi. 2 bars. All he needs is an Eagle Spike knockdown, and he'll be set.
It's on you, Kabe. The onus is on you to stop the stop. Says the ODDP for the anti-air. Well spaced up this place. The drive rush light punch to start off the party. Button's not so stubby. We need to be able to drive rush. We'll be able to drive impact right back. Of course, he is the baby face trickster. This dude is a young gun. He's gonna react. Heavy mixer, the overhead, finds a throw follow-up, and that is more than enough damage to seal the deal. John Takeuchi takes down Kabe.
I think that was official. Time of death, 4:51 a.m. That was cold-blooded. That was 2 games straight. I think it was, what, 4 rounds straight, if I could be quite honest with you. John showing zero remorse towards Kabe. He's like, you know what, man? I'm easily the best controller player in this arena. You have no shot. And he showed, he definitely showed off that exact statement. He said it in his pregame interview. He's like, I didn't expect another controller player to step forward, but there's no way around it, man. That was 100% certified bus ass, if you ask me. 2 games straight, 4 rounds straight against Kabe, not knowing what to do against the Arabian Cyclone, and that's pretty much as simple as it can get.
Yeah. Got up in the corner, it's time to call a corner. Man's got mauled absolutely continuously. I would like to see more of like those, you know, even preemptive parries, normal parries, anything up in the wake-up situations. We did see those at the very end, but they got called up with throws. But just as like round starts, OD fireballs, there's nothing these stats can really tell me that can lead to how bad the bust ass was. However, I will say there were tools that Kabe wasn't using. Where's the OD fireballs continuously? Dragon Lash, you don't really have to use that option. I feel like that's a thing that most pros are so ready for. We saw the perfect parry, the punish, and now we see the victory here. DetonatioN only needs 1 game in this anchor match coming up to take it over Seoul. Seoul, well, if they win, they at least get another run of match, at least 1 more match after this at least. So, man, who do you send up? I think it's got to be Nauman, as you mentioned. No mirror
100%
match.
Nauman, right? It has to be. We're going to find out.
He's going to be stance up. He's ready. He's not shrimping. He's straight up.
Yep. I've already called it. Nauman hasn't played all day. And this is the moment to send him up. I think this is obviously the best choice. You don't want somebody who is not as well versed in the Marisa gameplay. It's not to take away from like the work that Itobashi's been putting in, right? This is a character that he's picked up like, midway through the season, even the later half of second stage. If anything, if I'm being honest with myself, I think there's not a lot of like sound decision making just yet in the mirror match, I feel like. So I think it would be much better to kind of like assess your risks with a character like Ken versus Marisa.
Yeah, especially on paper. I feel like there's a lot of things that Ken can do. His jump ins are nasty, jump fears. Tatsu's really good. She tries to go for like a preemptive crouch fierce. She might get blessed and he gets a nice little follow-up. And then we talk about dying to lows and throws. Well, guess what? Ken's got the crouching medium kick, blessed from the gods themselves, and has great throw pressure. And he'll take you there off of one stray hit. That's all that he needs. However, that's on paper. What happens in the match is would be drastically different. We've seen Shuto survive much, much worse. And of course, he has Kabe on his team. Maybe Kabe didn't come through in the clutch for their team in terms of, you know, what's happening in terms of these bouts right now. However, he understands Ken, and that's big Ken practice that they have on their team at any point. So Nauman, not also being warmed up, might be problematic for him to just come up here and say, all right, I'm ready to play.
I think that is I think it's a pretty important factor to kind of assess when a player has not played pretty much all day. The nerves kind of can get to them. He's talked about it in his pregame interview, stating that he is a little bit nervous. He's excited to play at this stage. But you also have a lot more to lose, I feel like, from the side of Shuto, right? He doesn't want to go to like back-to-back ends of falling short in the anchor match, right? We've seen him when he played Urien. He actually had a moment where he could have had like a big trade-off into his mirror, and he actually got caught up. I think it was by Dogura. So he doesn't want that situation to happen again. And especially with the way it played out from, I think it was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Like, even make an argument for the way he played his anchor match today, right? Him falling short to John Takeuchi. He's slowly picking up the pieces that he's left behind from like day one, not making the same type of mistakes, and not like the big old mistakes that he put out from day one. So this has gotta be like 100% Shuto versus a barely warmed up Nauman. If you were to really like kind of assess it that way, player to player. Looking at the overall stats from Nauman, not bad. I mean, it's average, right? He's had 50% from both first stage and second stage. Looking at his record against Seoul specifically, he's taken down Kabe, but that was Kabe from him barely getting introduced into the league, him not really in the type of Ken play that we've seen him today. Very green, if you ask me. But also fell short to Higuchi, right? Higuchi's always been the man with guile. That's like a statement that doesn't really need to be exaggerated upon. So it's going to be a tough call. I think if we talk about the matchup on paper, Ken does a lot that can deter Marisa's offense from even getting started. One of the biggest components that a lot of people kind of complain about is Ken being able to, one, take you to the corner off of the low, which is a pretty big deal, right? Low medium kick is the bane of a lot of Marisa players' existence, even if they throw out their armor. Right? Gladius being susceptible between like the kneecap and lower, or at least like the waist and lower, is a really big deal. You don't even need to like whiff punish, right? You could like see it and start up and try to like react accordingly. Even if you have like 8 frames to do it, it's still a pretty important factor in the match.
We'll see what happens. Nauman, are you warmed up enough? We have not seen you shine out here for your team in a long time. It's time to be explosive. Take this victory. You take down Team Seoul. We'll see what happens. Immediate drive reversal. Better bar right here for Shuto. First throw immediately, yeah. Another grip. It's a weak precision, like a BP. Actually went for a button, but got hit preemptively.
Oh, you're dead. You might as well call that a perfect, to be honest with you. Shuto Looking primed and ready for whatever it is that Nauman's trying to do. And a lot of parry attempts on defense coming from Nauman.
Stayed there for Shuto to be able to drive rush throw. But walk back, got hit with the counter hit, ends it with the DP drive rush, crushing the light kick to the side of Nauman. For the throw this time, the tech is fine here for Shuto. Careful though, that Gladius can get blessed. He does find the stand fierce. Drive rush back to bunker for the corner carry. Getting that Superman punch right after. The bar is built at the bottom. I don't think he's gonna spin it just yet. Oh, I lied to you. Meteorite.
He's spinning it.
Good night. Yeah, that's gonna kill. You spin.
Man, Shuto immediately looked at his team, put his hands up in the air. He's like, what is this guy doing? He put his hand up away from his hitbox. He's like, what is this guy doing? I have never seen that type of pop off from any of the Japanese players, really.
What y'all get from somebody from the street? That's actually wild. The way that Shuto cleaned him up with the quickness. But we talked about this. Man's not warmed up. Doesn't seem like he's prepared. A lot of preemptive options instead of rotating defensive options that are not so easily read or that lead to punish counter damage. Preemptive parry's not really working out. Shuto riding that momentum continuously. Man, I just don't know if Nauman going up here was the right play. After we saw Fudo lose, I was like, man, I don't know if Nauman needs to go up now. We need to have somebody hold it down in the anchor position that could actually fight Shuto like this. Because if they lose, we go to another set after this, and it's whoever wins that first of two. If my math is correct.
That is correct, yeah. Like, even if you were to kind of rewind it, right? If you were to put Nauman versus Kabe, remember, Kabe was the one to make Tokido bleed in the final World Warrior, right? Like, Kabe is definitely ready for that type of mirror match. So I also wouldn't want to put Nauman in that state. Like, if you were to do like that mirror match, like 2 back-to-back mirror matches, I don't think that's going to be like a very good call if you're coming from the Detonation camp.
That is true. Kabe is a king killer. Man, it's difficult because either way, you know, you're putting somebody up that's cold, or you're giving a mirror match or a good matchup to somebody who is prepared for that, who is hella prepared for that. And of course, after that, you would rely upon them getting the win with the anchor match, but maybe that wouldn't even happen too as well. So I'm hoping that Nauman's buttons are correct or something, or the sun's out of his eyes, or he got a drink of water, he was a little bit thirsty, whatever it may be, because he needs to get that victory, because it's looking terrible.
Letting a lot more. The fierce fly. Look at the damage to the drive gauge. You know how much chip damage you take off the block heavy punch from Ken? My man threw out at least 4.
Okay, stand fierce to the DP through conversion right there. Oh, the perfect parry finally coming through. No gaps, just like that. Yeah, send that super to get the kill. Even the scaling, more than enough damage to finish the job.
Let's keep it honest.
There we go. Parry.
Shuto trying to sneak in a couple of things there too. The crouch jab from Inspect Gladius was everything. Now, Nauman being able to exercise a lot of these throws against Shuto back to back. Yo, keep doing it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Oh, no, you gave Shuto an opportunity to counter poke. And well, that was a really tricky situation. I thought it was going to be a side switch.
Gotta stay solid. Drive rush, gets the back throw. Waits for the super to hit it. Did. He drive rushed into his demise. Sends out the level 3 to get the kill. And moving the stop sign, gonna have to run a big one. Level 3 of all things against a drive rush. Okay, Nauman, my bad. I guess you found the right button configuration that you didn't have previously. You have to look like a different beast.
Listen, man, you can't see the sun as well in the jungle, right? The sun's not going to be in his eyes this time. He can't use it as an excuse. The fierce and the confirm off of it again. Already to the corner. Low forward, checking Shuto. That was a counter hit as well. He dropped the Jinrai conversion. Oh, but he's still going in.
You know what? Happy access. Still top of the corner.
Back row.
Try to get that man grab. He whips again. Yeah, he definitely hold north to not go south. Definitely makes sense. Up a game and around is Nauman.
Nice. Stop sign that is the roundhouse. Always going to check a lot of the players drive direction forward, but the Gladius utilizing that armor. Damn, that's a big foul.
Looking to keep that generate pressure. And we see Shudo jumping out of there, waiting for his bar to come back. Could also catch a bad fireball. We'll make this man catch a case. He hasn't caught up in the corner. The crouching medium punch lands.
I love that sequence. See the back heavy punch, drive rush cancel, back heavy punch again for the rest of that damage. It's beautiful to see. Oh. Man, another fierce conversion off of that. That's such a big confirm that Nauman's hit consistently. A lot of time to buffer in between too, so I do like that option. Cancel for the last under the active frames. Now Shuto. Give Kairos full sequence, level 3. Look at the damage. This man is bleeding. Plus the corner. So we're going to see potentially a drive rush for the pressure or drive rush into the bait. It's the bait!
Oh, he's looking for the bait! He will get that jump in to get the win. Either way, fantastic corner pressure and call here from Shuto. Shuto, if he does this, we go to a final game between the two. If he does this.
Yeah, immediate timeout taken from Nauman to get a little bit of the advice coming in from the rest of the team, but it's hard to really like figure out what it is that Shuto's going to be doing. Like, you kind of have to guess towards like any of the level 3 like follow-ups as well. I'm not going to say that was the big stop to the match against Nauman. I think there was a lot of good call-outs too with like the perfect parries coming in from Shuto. He also played the neutral very, very well in picking his spots to counter poke, especially when he was like put in the corner early. A lot of the times, Nauman kind of let off the gas in the corner off of a sequence that was blocked, which makes a lot of sense too, but falling susceptible to the counter poke afterwards, kind of like waiting. I think even Inabashi's kind of like telling him too, it's like, you know, don't be afraid to throw out more of those fierces, but in places that will connect. And then afterwards, if you have to let go of your offense, be in a position to like react to something heavy. Like not just like heavy normal, but I mean like heavy in recovery. Like medium punch, it can be a little bit easier to potentially whip punish. Like crouching medium punch from Ken also comes out pretty quickly. If I'm not mistaken, what, like 6 frames on that bad boy? Still a really, really potent counter poke tool, or at least a whiff punishing tool against characters like Marisa.
You know, I am surprised that he went for the fireball option after Shuto went into burnout and just kind of threw out fireballs. Why not engage? Get in there. I mean, he's really pensive and trying to advance after Shuto had jumped out. Shuto had did his defensive thing. Why not get in? You have the run cancels. You have the Dragon Lash. Easy to do when they're in burnout. Now Shuto is up 2 games. He's on game point. Take this to the limit. The perfect parry is there. Cancel, of course, enhanced Tatsu, full corner conversion, fakes out. You see the backdash, the stand fierce, overhead lands again, backdash, stand fierce again. Tulsa getting the win. This dude is nasty up in the corner. Alterations, the backdash, saves thing for a little bit longer.
He's slugging.
Punishable.
Kairos sitting down. Drivers forward, the overhead connects. It's got to be coming soon. Oh man, the reaction super again from Nauman, level 1 against the drive impact, trying to sneak it in. Shuto been a little bit too close to the flames here against Ken.
We haven't seen Nauman be able to leave the corner or do well when he's put up in the corner when he was fighting likes of Tokido, many other players out here at Street Fighter League Japan. So gotta be wary of the man looking out for any option to find the escape plan. Ken has a lot of those. Quad kick, drive rush in with a grip, gets a throw. Bars getting built up here for Shuto, trying to get the fake out. Nothing off that crouch kick, no commitment, maybe because he didn't have a lot of bar, but surprising.
Pretty sneaky to sneak in that Dragon Lash also, I do like that. When it was time to take his turn, it created so much space for himself outside of the corner, but that perfect parry could be everything. Is going to be enough damage to get a level 3 going. No, he opts to go for a reset, and Nauman gets baited into utilizing that level 1 at the wrong time. Man, Shuto I'm really enjoying his offensive sequences too. His decision making when it comes to baiting somebody out from their super, forcing the point with the normals for like meaties and whatnot, I think has been very, very much on point. He's gonna eat this level 3 now. The corner carry is everything. You can drive rush forward and then force the point again on offense, or just chill. He walks him down.
That's all. Oh, no, now I'm in a burnout. Get the Jinrai. Finds the anti right there. This is the best thing here for Shuto. He's got the buff for the drive impact. You've got to be able to react. Stand light kick, interrupts the toe tap. Look at that. Superman punch, wasn't able to land it. The bar's almost back. He's got defense back on the deck. Drive rush back throw. The bar is built up here for Nauman. He's almost on that level 3. He'll do so after he gets that grip. So that means with the Jinrai conversion into level 3, he's holding all these throws. Do it. He said, I'll do it again. Oh, he tried to go for another one for that take throw. Perfect parry. Back throw. No shot. No shot, Vicious. There's no way he comes back from the break. It's a one-touch. No reaction.
He's dead. He's dead.
That should be that. It is Shuto saving the day. The sun still shines on Team Soul. No reaction from Nauman. That's so surprising. He has been so clutch throughout the league, reacting to things up in the corner, but Shuto's pressure constantly altering. Too much to deal with. Runs up that drive impact, and it's a wrap. We are going to a final game.
This is actually insane, man. What was that from Nauman? Standing light kick into nothing. He was burnt out too, right? Like he had to have been burnt out because he could have done light kick and drive impact back, but that was such a gutsy call from Shuto to use that drive impact at that moment too without, oh man. There was 3 bars to Nauman's name, if I'm not mistaken, right? He had a full stick of butter, right?
Yeah, he never used it. He could have used that for the super in reaction as a rebuttal, as he's done before, as he has shown here. It's just too much stress. It's too much of what was going on in the corner. You talked about it. All the frame kills, the different looks, the Magnum bunkers, the Superman punch, the throws, the lows of that crouching light kick that he'd sneak in. Too many different options. He set himself up for success to put Nauman to rest. I gotta say, Nauman had some great plays, but Shuto overall. Thank you, Shuto, actually, for giving us more games, to be honest.
I'm about
the anti-airs. This dude was on 4.
4 out of 4, man, 100%. How often do you get to see those numbers? Those are professional numbers from the side of Arisa. But 4 out of 14, again, that's the tail of the tape that we see more often than not against the Ken players. I think Nauman had the right idea of fixing up what needs to be done after it throws, even after it's teched, right? Like, there are different timings to when you can actually tech a throw. The later may not necessarily equate to like the better, right? Because if you get pushed too far away, it creates an opportunity more so for Nauman to get some of these big counter pokes in or react to like whatever it is Marisa wants to do with her drive rush, right? I think Nauman made good sense of that too. Multiple throws led to a lot of his successful openings, but towards the end he just crumbled, man. No pun intended to like the drive impact actually connecting, but man, 50% by the way, the one that actually landed, ooh, that was the one to set him above the rest of that set. 3-1 from the side of Shuto. We are going to be switching sides yet again. This is a race to 70. Ladies and gentlemen, we're finally going the distance. I was waiting for this. I was hoping one of our teams would take us there between our 3, contesting for that top spot to face off against FAV Gaming in the grand finals. This is kind of insane.
This is wild. I'm so glad it ended like this, or it's going to end like this, and not have just a blowout. But to get here has been, my heart can't take it. The people around me can't take it. But guess what? We have one last match to go. We're going to do that switch, as you said, and it will all come down to this. Whoever they set up for that first of 2, a first of 2, not even a first of 3, a first of 2 will move on to fight FAV Gaming. Basically a ranked match sort of status. A quick game will determine if you move on to the grand finals. How insane is that?
I mean, I love that much more than a sudden death first to 1 where you decide to not press rematch in ranked. I would much rather take a full set of ranked than a 1 and done. any day of the week. Pretty sure everyone else would as well. Fact of the matter is, again, 60 points to the names of both teams. Who do you send up for the anger match? I will say, I'll be straight up. Who do you send up against Fudo in the final match?
Yeah, that's what it's gonna be. Who do you send up against Fudo? Higuchi. I send up Higuchi. I put all my hopes and dreams on Higuchi, bro. I think he's been the MVP. He has been the guy for Saishun Kanso Kumoto. Hey, Shudo's been great. I'm not gonna lie. But the way that Higuchi is playing today, how he's playing yesterday, he's 2 on form, bro. He's just 2 on form. Who would you send up?
Between being on form and in form, really. Higuchi's definitely been a man of both. Shuto also not one to shy away from the challenge, I think. You know, both have very impressive records against Fudo outside of the realm of World Warrior. But if I were to really bank it all here, I think, damn, that's hard. I think it would have to be Higuchi. Like both Shuto and Higuchi have taken down Fudo in critical moments, but I think Higuchi had more of a convincing run. It's just difficult, man. When Fudo gets a second chance at life, it's that much harder. You're facing a different person essentially every single time.
Zenkai boost or something. So, I mean, even with Fudo coming up, I mean, it still could be difficult. And it's really going to push whoever comes up to the limit. I will say on paper, though, I'd like the character that if I'm doing a first to 2 and my tournament life, my team tournament life is relying upon them, I want a character with as least problems as possible. I know that on paper, Marisa could dump out the damage, was able to get these conversions, and Shuto was able to find these clutch moments on defense that most recent players cannot do, right? However, I want stability. I want control, and Guile would give me that. In the reverse of things, there's a part of me, there's a little part of me that wants JT to come up instead of Fudo. There's a small part of me. I think that Fudo would be fine to send up, but there's also part of me that is in a first or 2 in a stressful situation, fighting Rashid, that's building up all this bar, that's so focused on getting his SAR and making it work in nasty situations. It doesn't matter what character you play, you're holding that mix. Of course, you're worried about jumpers and things like that. That's problematic, of course. But the way he's been working around it and spacing himself out so those jump-ins don't really happen so often, I wouldn't mind JT also coming up. This is difficult. I wouldn't be able to call, bro. I'd be like, y'all have to see me outside. See me in the car. Let's finish.
That's a smart assessment too. I think, you know, John Takeuchi has the best record right now for the DetonatioN camp. He's got 100% win record. He's only fallen short, what, like 2 games to Shuto? But I kind of like Rashid in a 2 out of 3 against both of those characters, or against like the entire team of Saishun Kanso Kumamoto. Like Guile, Ken, and 2 Marisas. I wouldn't mind throwing out the Rashid.
Yeah. Just having that Yasar and being like, bro, matchups don't matter for a while. As long as this is out, the matchup don't matter for a while, okay? You have to hold this and play my game. Play the way I want to play. And I'll get another one depending on how I built that bar. And you see these Rashid players optimizing these situations that they get off the level 2 for another level 2. They're worried about the future. They're investing well. And I think that has been part of the issue of dealing with Rashid and why these Rashid players are getting better and better. It's not just about getting the level 2. It's about getting the next level 2 and what you invest in later on and how you're working towards that. And then also making the most out of what you get, even off that first Yasar. I wouldn't mind John Takeuchi coming up at all. I think either one, Fudo or John Takeuchi, is going to be equally good for different reasons. I don't think there's a bad pick between those two. Same with Shuto and Higuchi. If I just want to cook somebody spoken real quick, Marisa. Maybe she'll have some issues in the neutral with her problematic, you know, losing the lows and throws. But if I want control, I go to Guile. Maybe have to grind it out a little bit harder, but could still work out. So those 2 are my picks. Let's see if they happen. No shot.
No way.
続いてホーム側リーダーネモ選手申告をお願いします。
To be kidding me. Nemo. Oh, Shuto! No way! Vicious! The Muscle Mommy Mirror Match. Is this how we conclude? What is going on? This is like, remember when Good 8 Squad, remember when Good 8 Squad and Kawano came up with that Vega? And we was like, why? Why are you doing this?
I'm legit speechless.
Why are you doing this?
I'm low-key disappointed, but hey, man, maybe Itabashi will prove us wrong. My heart hurts. My heart is a little heavy. Seeing this decision made by the DetonatioN.
I don't. I thought maybe it was a call out to get Nemo, but they end up having a mirror match. And honestly, I've seen Shuto play mirror matches, and I have not seen him lose mirror matches. I don't want to prophesize no demise, but congratulations to Team Soul.
Yeah, no, I'm there. I'm there. I don't know if there's gonna be it unless.
I don't know. But either way, this is our conclusion. A muscle mirror match of mother proportions. Is Shuto going up against Itazan. Shuto says, this is so fun. Let's show who's best. Itazan said, I'm making it fun for the fans. You absolute demon. Your tournament team life hangs in the balance.
Listen, maybe, right? Maybe he's got something wild up his sleeve, right? Maybe he's had like the download complete sitting on the sidelines. He's done this before. He's made some like really wild decisions towards the end of Street Fighter League Japan Season 1. And it got him the W, granted. That was when all the chips were stacked against him, right? I don't think Street Fighter 6, especially in the current state, is a game where you're allowed to do that. I don't think there's going to be like wild moments where you could like take somebody down to the mirror match based off of like random antics or like being a trickster. I don't think it works that way with at least someone like Shuto.
And I don't know Itazan has cribbed so much stuff from him too. You know that Itazan has taken stuff from Shuto. Like, that's your blueprint. You think you can take down the man that has made this character along with Big Bird? That's so weird to me.
He invented you, essentially, right? Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment. Like, Shuto, like cats like Shuto and Big Bird have pretty much invented the character. Itazan's just along for the ride, right? But keeping the professionalism in me, I think if I were to really truly assess this, all memes aside, I still stand true to what we have been saying in terms of the speculation around the sudden death. Shuto just has such a firm and solid record against the mirror match. Anybody he's played off against in the mirror match has fallen short against Shuto. I think if anybody like outside looking in were to check out the stats as well, I think either John or Fudo statistically would have been the stronger candidate. I think this is obviously a heartfelt pick from the DetonatioN camp. This is definitely a pride match for the captain as well. And I wish him the best of luck, truly. I'm positive he will put on an amazing show regardless.
Right.
But I will follow my instinct and my brain on this one. I think Shuto might have a significant upper hand.
I watched this. I've watched Shuto like train a VTuber on classic and modern on how to play the character. I've watched him play other Marisa players. Yanai is his homie. He plays him constantly. Itazan, even the way that he wants to play, I don't even know if that would work against Shuto. I'm trying to find something that Itazan can do, his play style, his performance, anything, it's just coming up short. And listen, we got to call it as it is. Mans is a tourist. He new to this, all right? He just arrived. I'm so baffled.
He's upset. No, he's upset. I'll speak. I'm the anger translator right now for St. Cola. He's upset. That's what it is, man.
Final game.
No, all jokes aside. All jokes aside, it's gonna be a. It's gonna be one for the books for sure. The mother of all matches of muscular proportions. Here we go. The final 2 out of 3 between Detonation FocusMe and Sai Shunkan Seoul Kumamoto. Game 1. Damn.
Hold on now, stand fear starter. Perfectly spaced. Magnum bunker has him up in the corner, but nice. Delayed the jab, got the conversion. We're outside that corner after that toe tap.
Big conversion off of that jab. We'll take that. Wake up Gladius on the side of Shuto. Another interruption. Perfect parry. Just within range for that fierce to connect. Double jump forward. That was actually a very tricky situation. I thought it was going to be a side switch.
Yeah, the cross up. The charge up interrupted. Lucky boy. No anti right there. The first win to Itazan. Hold on. Hold on now. What if? But maybe. The charge up Gladius stuck in the drive rush. But maybe.
It's the brand new Netflix series. It's Capcom's What If. I see you. In full. Shuto starting things off. Level 2, Hell's Gate. Open just for him, too.
For the throw this time for the crouching medium punch. Yeah, he's looking for that Gladius. He sees the neutral jump. Then he goes for his own Gladius. Big lead, however, could be a rebuttal with that level 3 from the side. Shuto, he spins it right now. Won't kill, but it will put them in burnout and basically death. Drive rush, impact, a lot of things you can do right now. Your Shuto, have to be careful on the bar at the bottom at the very least. Doesn't matter.
Battle of attrition between the two for sure. Itabashi sitting at 1 bar to his name. The big punish counter Shuto over committing to the range of that medium.
Drop impact lands. It's a Gladius. Punch, drive rush. Too far up for the grip. Yeah, you're gonna get hit. Got posted up in the corner. Magnum bunker. Superman punch again. Text a throw. Very brave defense. Careful whipping that stand. Had to kick that. Can be whip punish. Side switch.
What?
Fisher check the bar at the bottom. There it is.
That was actually kind of disgusting. He had a full punish counter cross up short, and he got the back heavy punch to link. That was really difficult. He knew that punish counter was going to happen. Punish counter there! The roundhouse swinging against the Gladius. Shuto overzealous with his range once more. Itabashi has been the whiff punish monster. There's no way. No, Itabashi's feeling himself. This is the smile that we see. This is the grappler's smile that we've seen before. Shuto cannot let him pass. Not in this fashion.
Do not let it happen. Don't let it happen to you, bro. Especially not with your character, the one that you made. But the footy game has been on point from the side of Itazan. As soon as I say that, nice call up in the corner. The air is right there. Backdoor punish counter. Drive rush to the stand pierce, of course. This could lead into so much damage. It's actually a perfect KO. No, I lied. You got the bar to find the finish. The Gladius wasn't enough. He sees one touch, one tap, one solid hit. A slight breeze will kill right now.
And he went for the sweep.
Needs
jump back short. I like that. That was actually catching the startup and fold.
See him fold finally.
Forward throw. All of that. Oh, this is huge again. Itabashi finding a way out. And this is so dangerous for Shuto. Full burnout. Level 3 to his name. He could bust out. He does so, at least with the jabs first. Not going to spend the meter. That could have put Itabashi in burnout. No way!
Impact win!
Kill!
No shot! You better finish the job. You'll do it now. Back throw. You go for the drive rush. Baits out the parry. He was wearing. Now things are getting hella scary. Set point. Ida-san. I'm taking it back. I take it back.
It's too late. It's too late. You're committed. You're committed. So is Ida-san.
You're right.
Bars on both ends. A single hit confirm can lead to massive damage and the corner carry. Itabashi. He's the one moving forward. Shuto does get the back throw now, forcing Itabashi to this corner. Can no longer really play the counter poke game. Shuto needs to take full advantage of this. Cannot with any normal. And he just does so immediately after I say it. Shimakai's him down. We get the Quadriga into level 3. This is everything for Itabashi. Can he drive rush forward or possibly get a grapple? Can he get it forward and force errors on Shuto? Drive rush forward. He baited him! He baited him 100%! He can finish it off! Drivers forward! Itabashi Zangief wins it all! For DetonatioN, FocusMe, 70 points! The big rebuttal and the big gamble pays off tenfold! They're going to grand finals!
My bad, OG. Itabashi Zangief. Itabashi Muscle Mommy Marisa. This dude really did it with Marisa. He just picked up the character a couple months ago. He fought the person that he has cribbed so much tech. He shut me the hell up. The footsie game was fantastic. We know that he is a master of footsies. We've seen it in the other games that he has played. He has been an OG of fighting games for years upon years. But to see it in full effect against somebody else's character, I'm going to be, obviously, I did not expect that. I did not think this was going to happen. I thought it was going to get washed. The clouds have come over Seoul. They have lost by a mirror match of all things. Insane proportions right now. Itabashi defeating his rival, taking down his fellow Marisa player, one that has gotten better results than him, has showcased better play than him overall. But in the mirror match, something just clicked in the footsie game, making him bait out normals that he shouldn't be using. Puppeteering this man, jumping in continuously, and you saw when Itabashi was jumping, he wasn't always getting jump ins, but you saw Shuto backing off continuously, pushing himself to the corner, not wanting to go to air-to-airs or go for a crouch fierce. A bad bet will land big damage. Made sense, but it means a lot of corner carry that didn't need to happen. Just the footsie game though, overall. Itabashi, bro.
I told you not to count your chicken before they hatch, right, Senkola? I told you I had the utmost confidence in DetonatioN. I told you, man. Itabashi making the smartest move available. That was universe big brain. If I ever seen it, I had the utmost confidence in him. I don't know what you're talking about. That was past vicious. Listen, it was all a ploy, right? I was the mole on the other side of the camp. I was actually part of Team DetonatioN, focusing the whole time. See if I take off my mask. I was rooting for Itabashi 100%. I was just trying to convince the fans at home. But all jokes aside, man, there was a lot of unorthodox looks that Itabashi had shown towards Shuto. There was moments where he would actually bait out the armor in the corner very well and took advantage of the options that Shuto wanted to like show off on defense, right? Who would drive rush forward, wait for it to end, and then jump? You know what I'm saying? Like, that is a grappler's mentality.
Yeah.
Like, he knows exactly what it takes to like bait out erroneous moves. Like, for one, he set the tone really well, right? He forced a lot of big whips from Shuto, and it wasn't even just like normal medium punches. It wasn't even like roundhouses. He actually baited out the Gladius very well to even like force Shuto in that position to like throw out Gladiuses again, make him look like he's playing in day one. That's a difficult look to have, man. And Itabashi, like, despite not having the stats to prove it, he was like hitting up ones across the board, man. He was like doing the prison counting, right? He was marking down a bunch of ones, but he still managed to make it work. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Listen, we're probably gonna get into this post-match interview really quickly, then show off a couple of ads, so I don't want to get cut off. But 70-60 in favor of Detonation FocusMe. Inabashi with the Galaxy Brain play to put himself up. Actually insane.
It wasn't for fun, bro. It wasn't for fun. It was for battle. I can't believe this dude. Beat him with his own character. Insane. And you see how the score has went down. You can't do it to him like that. Look at the overall. It's been a close bout all the way through. A lot of back and forth, a lot of decision making in terms of who to send up. Some players falter to the wayside when you wouldn't expect it. It's been a lot of drama back and forth. It's been a lot of great action back and forth. I am absolutely flabbergasted at what has occurred, but I shouldn't, because Street Fighter League has shown us that what you might think is not what's going to happen at all. Not even close.
Listen, man, I had the utmost faith all along, man. I was practicing my acting skills on commentary. You know, as soon as the reason why I put my hands above my head was to like hide my smile. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this is genius. Of course.
Yes.
It's not fooling anybody, huh?
Yes. I can't wait.
I will say.
I can't wait for the chat to get this.
Inabashi definitely fooled the rest of us. I can't wait to really hear what the heck just happened. We might not even get like the full interview, and that's fine. But the fact of the matter is, Inabashi, he's got the grappler's mentality, and I will utter that like numerous times over. There's just a certain way that the brain works as a grappler that'll force a lot of like big errors from players, and they'll take full advantage of that. So Inabashi, man, and shout out to the rest of the camp for like the discussion prior, right? You gotta be thinking to yourself, it's like, damn, like what are we doing for our final match? And for them to be like, you know what?
Right.
This is a good play, Inabashi. You want to go up? Bet. That's all you
got. This. We
Having
believe
the utmost faith in your leader like that is like of anime proportions, man. I'm really proud of this team. It's crazy to see how they came from essentially the bottom to it's legit a repeat of season 1 of Street Fighter League for Street Fighter 5.
It could be like that, bro. Could you imagine? As you mentioned previously, it could be that they should take the victory for the very first Street Fighter League for Street Fighter 6. It could happen. It's getting closer. Fudo says it was an amazing bout. We're all practicing for Shudo. Compared to the first stage, we became really strong. We want to go to USA together, not alone. They want to go as a gang, as a group, as a unit that they have built. The weeks of training and fighting it out. They don't want to set that LCQ by themselves. They don't want to go to the States and, you know, eat by themselves. They want to do it as a group. That KBBQ and stuff like that is better as a unit, bro.
Denny's, baby. Hell yeah.
I agree.
24 hours. Nothing hits better than really bad American diner food in the middle of the night after a tournament. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Especially for foreigners. Why are you taking them to Korean barbecue, man? But I don't know what that was.
We'll take them somewhere nice.
I mean, like that's on your dime, brother, not mine. I'm not getting paid enough. But I will say this, man. John, he had his moments as well in the post-game interview. When posed with a question, he responded with, I think I was able to do what I needed to do in my matchups. The teammates have really helped me build this Rashid, but I want to get a lot better before grand final. So he has his aspirations. He hit all the objectives that he was poised with. I think there's a lot to really take away from his mentality of taking all those L's early, right? We've discussed that a bunch of times over, of just making those sacrifices, and it paid off, you know, and it's really amazing to see.
It was a big bet too, you know, to play a character that just came out and spend your time, even if it wasn't going to be like a good character, like you're putting your hopes and dreams that this character is effective in the meta, and it did work out. You know, a lot of people did drop that character or didn't see the power or strength of that character. John Taguchi, Gachi-kun, all the other Russian players, at least in the top spots right now, believed in him, and that's why this character has risen to where they're at. Now, unfortunately, I could not beat Shuto, but I was able to proceed to the grand finals. I'm so happy. We'll definitely see more of Nauman. I'm sure he'll shore up things. He's got a couple weeks to do so. He'll only get stronger. Honestly, if that was a Nauman that wasn't warmed up, that may be a good sign. If Nauman can get warmed up and can be utilized, there'll be longer games out there at the grand finals. So if that does happen, I think he'll be even more of an asset.
Truly, there's a lot of motivation coming in from behind Inosan's decision making Not only was it like just his confidence in the matchups, but overall, he wanted to make it dramatic, right? He's so angry with Nemo, and he's talking about it. He's talking about it now, and that actually is so disgusting, man. The rivalry is just, he's not letting it go. He's not letting it go. But he was also thinking of putting John in the last game, so that's really impressive. So we do have the conclusion of our team leader. I'd imagine we're going to get a post-game interview from the side of the Saishun console camp as well. Obviously, Itabashi is so relieved to have won against his longtime rival. But man, I really hope there isn't a losing team interview, because that's rough. That would definitely be rough.
I think the trolling will not be there. I think they'll be a lot more heartfelt. But regardless, it is always tough to see these teams go. Saishun Kansou Kumamoto, one of my favorite teams. Kabe is like one of my homies. So it's great seeing this team rise to the occasion, get in the playoffs once again. Maybe not reach grand finals, but seeing them shore up the problems that they need to shore up. Maybe Nemo didn't show out as much as he should have today, but seeing that he was rising to the occasion a lot more than he did last season, and even this season, just in general, shows me they understand they have to patch up things. They cannot just rely upon Higuchi and Shuto. They'll become targets on their backs. People start aiming for them, as DetonatioN had said. So they have to be careful of that, and they are starting to get better and better. I think next season going to be even more of a threat.
And I'm liking the questions that are being posed right now towards the team, like, in regards to who is confident enough to go towards the end. And like, you can see the team had been going towards John Takeuchi. He had the best record overall, so we actually thought the same thing. Like, immediately I fired it off with Fudo because of his overall performance in CPT, World Warrior, etc. But it was John today who had the best record. He was undefeated. So a lot of the teammates were like, you know what, we should probably put up John because he's got to be feeling the most confident, right? So they were debating on that so much. But the backing of the team when it came to Itabashi's overall decision was phenomenal, right? I think that's something that really is a testament of like the faith and loyalty of like how much they've changed together as a camp. So Itabashi seemed to be the most confident, even more confident than John Takeuchi. That is a huge statement to make. But again, with that in mind, man, DetonatioN FocusMe, they got to be so ecstatic for this grand final spot again. Itabashi being in this realm, it's no stranger to him. Again, he was the first champion of the very first Street Fighter League, the very first season of Street Fighter League in general. He was the champ, so I'd imagine they get to ask him again, what does it feel like to be in the grand finals?
I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear, what does it feel like to have that offer to you? But to also have to go up against a team that did get the victory for Street Fighter League Japan, but wasn't able to fight against the US and EU. That I'm sure that they want more. You know, you have to fight a team now that was the most dominant team, obviously, but did bleed. But also has just as much of a hunger to get that victory, right? Maybe in a different sort of way, different sort of flavor, but they have that same sort of hunger. I'm definitely curious to see what he's saying. He does say we still have a chance to go to the USA. I really want to talk about how to win. And if y'all don't know, just as a quick aside, Itabashi actually has a lot of content out translated on his YouTube, so you guys can check out and see what his mental process is after these matches, during some of the matches, how he's playing Zangief and Marisa and things like that. It's been great to keep up with him. And you can also go to the stream and talk to him too as well. He speaks very good English. Today, we're going to congratulate ourselves about this win. So instead of just focusing on, you know, the W and reassessing and saying what we need to fix, they're going to congratulate themselves.
As they should. As they should. Force Itabashi to take the entire team for some good yakiniku. That'd be great. But that concludes our very epic battle between the two rivals, DetonatioN FocusMe and Saishun Kansou Kumamoto. I'm taken aback by all the action, obviously. Well, hopefully we get to see them even more so in prime fashion in the grand finals. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. If we don't see you before then, we'll see you in grand finals, ladies and gentlemen.
舞台が大きかったのはあるんですけども、昔のような縮こまった感じではなくて、かなり伸び伸びさせてもらえたのはすごいチームがあったかかったからだなっていうふうに今思い返してます。はい。
お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。 そして樋口選手はいかがだったでしょうか、今日戦い抜いてみての感想。
そうですね、今日の振り返りとしては、まあ、個人的な話でいくと、フードさんに勝てたっていうのがすごい嬉しくて、多分 SFL2021 年くらいから通して、負けに負けまくってたんですよ、フードさんに。本当になんか別の大会とかではねちょくちょく勝てたりとかしてたんですけど、この大きな舞台で勝つっていうのが本当に今までできてなかったので、そこが、すごい嬉しいですし、そういうねいいプレーを見せれて、ガイル使いを増やせていけたらなと思うので、ぜひねかっこいいコスチュームもあるので皆さんにプレーしていただきたいなと思います。
ありがとうございます。そしてシュート選手、全員と戦うという役回りになりましたが、この戦いプレー振り返ってみていかがだったでしょうか。
今日まで半年間長いリーグで、超頑張ってきて負けて悔しかったんですけど、去年はやっぱ自然と涙が出てきたんですけど、今は出てなくて、だから頑張ったつもりだったんですけど、多分まだまだ詰められたのかなって思ってるんで、そこがちょっと後悔かなと思ってて、ただTFM さんたちには僕たちの分まで頑張ってほしいです。応援してます。
ありがとうございます。そしてリーダーネモ選手、このプレーオフ戦い抜いてみていかがだったでしょうか。
そうですね、まずは勝利したデトネーションフォーカスミおめでとうございます。本日は本当に最低な一日となりました、ストリートファイター6ですね。これが一番最低な日だったって言えるようにもっと強くなって、次回以降挑戦していきたいなという気持ちが芽生えました。残儀はやっぱり出てこなかったなって
お残儀は出てこなかったね、今日はね。実質ね。それでは最後になるんですけれども、リーダーネモ選手に、ここまで応援してくださったファンの皆さんに向けて一言いただければと思います。
はい、最春カンソル熊本を応援していただいた皆様、本当にありがとうございました。やっぱり、僕らのチームを見て感じることはあると思うんですけれども、やっぱりすごくいいチームだったと思うんです。でやっぱり、来年以降もどんどん強くなっていきますので、これからもどうぞ応援のほどよろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。インタビューは以上となります。
さあ改めまして、本日のプレーオフ Day2 の結果、デトネーションフォーカスミーがグランドファイナルへ進出となりました。さあハメクさんいかがですか。
いや面白かったですよ、今日の試合。
面白かったね。
こんなに、それこそストリートファイターリーグ面白いじゃねえかっていうその一言です。見てる側で、っていう展開が見られたんで、今日ご覧になった方々はリアルタイムでご覧になった方々非常に幸運だなっていうその一言ですね。
そうですね。はい、ということで、こちらですね、この後はエンディングとなりますが、エンディングの準備をさせていただきますので、少々お待ちいただければと思います。
And that, people, concludes the playoffs. We have our team situated for the grand finals. It'll be DetonatioN FocusMe versus FAV Gaming in just a couple of weeks. I cannot believe I'm saying those words, considering how absolutely hyped and ridiculous that match was. Hey, I'm St. Cola. I'm joined with Vicious. My guy, what'd you think about that match? Give me the real deal.
It's too difficult to put into words in such a short amount of time. One thing is for certain, it was completely unexpected from a multitude of angles in terms of how the teams have got here, who was going to make it between second to fourth. The matches that we've had, like we can always talk about what's happening on the away side, what's happening in terms of like the matchups that are going to happen and the matchups on paper, but it's the energy and the attitude and the mentality that the players bring that always blows my mind every single time. That it's going to be like so much more to the fans at home than can ever really be talked about from a commentator standpoint. I think this is like an amazing showcase of skill and fortitude and just like heart of the game. I think is the best way I could sum it up. I think it's amazing. If there's any sort of word that I couldn't put it all in, it's amazing and it's really heartfelt.
It is. Again, the 13th of next month will be the grand finals. First to 90 that time for the points. More action, more matches. This will determine who will represent the top tier team in Atlanta, Japan. This will show us who will fight off against the US and the EU, the World Championships. DetonatioN FocusMe said they wanted to go as a group, but FAV Gaming had won a Street Fighter League Japan, but was not able to go out and fight the world. They might be given that chance. It all comes down to things that happen on the 13th. Scan that QR code, get your virtual seats ASAP, or if you're in Atlanta, Japan, go out there, enjoy the offline, because it will be offline, adding to more drama and more excitement, and just, hey, better matches, to be honest.
We couldn't ask for anything better. I've said this before on Street Fighter League US, and I'll say it again here for the land of Japan. It totally applies. It only gets better, and that is a guarantee. Whether you're a fan or not, hey, I'm glad that you guys even tuned in, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to experience such energy and experience such matches. So again, we appreciate you all for hanging out with us. It's been our time. St. Cola and Vicious, you know, follow us along on our social medias if you can't, _St. Cola, Vicious FGC. We will see you all for the grand finals. We can't wait to see you guys there. In the meantime, be safe, keep playing Street Fighter 6, and we'll see you out there in the streets. Sayonara.
それではストリートファイターリーグプロ JP2023 本日はプレイオフデイ2をお届けいたしました。実況は私ある、そして解説はハメコさんでお送りいたしました。ハメコさんありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。そして選手の皆さん本当にお疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。それではストリートファイターリーグプロ JP2023 グランドファイナルでお会いしましょう。さよなら。